Al4Z Necro, Al4Z Necro, Al4Z Necro.
getting close here. Getting close. Yeah, I know you can hear it. That's why I turned the mic on so I could talk to you in the intro. I just normally don't have it on. Is this FTL? It is FTL, yes. Going live in just 1 minute, fellas. Sorry, today has been an absolute whirlwind. Like, I got up at 7 a.m. and I blinked my eyes and now it's 3 p.m. I haven't even eaten. I've been working this whole time. I am just getting caught up. Let me start streamers. But we're gonna be going live here in just a second.
Must hunt.
Okay, we're here. We are live. Everything looks good. Camera looks good. Lighting looks good. Great. Finglui Mugunaf Cthulhu. Rilje Gagnagel Faten. Welcome, everyone. Welcome into the stream once more. New cam. No, it's the same camera. Same camera. I just improved the lighting a little bit. Hacking Esports, I see, has been in the stream and throwing me a follow. Thank you so much, Hacking Esports. Love what you guys are doing. Keep it up. GoPro with the 11 months. My goodness, it's crazy that's been that long. And Bruno with the 4 months. Welcome back to the All Has Red team, both of you. Lou Dogs, welcome. Welcome into the stream. Silly words, yay. Yeah, prepare your gognoggles because we're going all in with the silly words today. All in with the silly words. Chaos Shield, thank you for the follow. Cthulhu, Faten. Alrighty. Well, pray tell, what madness awaits us on this fine day? Because it is the day of our Lord, Newbie Tuesday. Newbie Tuesday, that most hallowed of days, where we take it back just a little bit. We take it a step back, and we break it down as much as possible for beginners. And I think today, by popular demand, we're going to be doing that new TryHackMe lab Holo. I say new. What I actually mean, I think it's actually been around since like September. I could be wrong. Bottom line is it's new for me because I haven't done it. It is a little bit of a walkthrough room, but we'll try and avoid the walkthrough, and regardless, I will be explaining everything as we go. Hopefully it is reasonable for beginners. I'm hoping that it is at least reasonable for beginners, and that we don't leave people just in the dust today. Some of the stuff that we do cover today is going to be a little bit hopefully it's not too advanced is all I'm saying. Hopefully it's not too advanced. I do try to keep things simple on Newbie Tuesday, but I know how much you guys want to see Holo. So we will try to do Holo, and we'll see how it's going. If I judge it as too advanced, Holo is good for beginners, but the end might be a bit confusing. From what I see at the end, we do an NTLM relay. So yeah, that would be confusing, but it is important to know how to do an NTLM relay. It just might not be great for an absolute beginner to try and do an NTLM relay. It'd be hard to figure out what the hell is happening there. But we will... I have what I think is that same LED tree. It's not an LED tree. I just put it... Those are just Christmas lights. Those are just... I just have... those are just Christmas lights. Well, they're little bats. I don't know if you can see. But they're shaped like bats. They're in the shape of bats, and it just blinks. Yeah. NTLM relay is kind of a man-in-the-middle attack vector. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. It's a man-in-the-middle. Until that NTLM point, we should be able to understand everything you're doing there. Well, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in there. There's like antivirus evasion. I think there is some web exploitation. We'll see what they throw at us. A little bit of .NET. We'll see what they throw at us. But from what I can see, it's going to be a little bit different of a Newbie Tuesday, but I think it will be good. I think it will be good. Why don't we just, you know what? Why don't we just jump right in? Why wait? Why ever should we wait? Why don't we just hop right in and see what mayhem we can get up to? Didn't you say Holo was too much for Newbie Tuesday? I did, but then I looked it over, and I think it's geared towards beginners. I think it's supposed to be geared towards beginners. We'll see if we get into it and I deem it to be too much. We started Wreath as well, and it was just too slow. It was far too slow. Wreath was all about pivoting. It was just not really all that interesting. So we didn't actually end up finishing that. If Holo is the same, is similar, or if Holo is just not the right content I want for Newbie Tuesday, we'll move over to like Proving Grounds or something like that. We'll see. But let's start with Holo. I know how badly you guys want to see it. I kind of upset my schedule by not streaming last Thursday. I had to take my cat to the vet. So I was not able to stream last Thursday when I was gonna originally do Holo. That kind of upset everything. Is Star okay? She absolutely is. She's perfectly fine. The vet thinks she has. She's having a little bit of a herpes flare-up.
Cephalopod enthusiasts in this, not a cult, but definitely a cult.
Listen, Jiffaram, we can't. Again, for legal reasons, we can't call it a cult. It's not a cult. We've been over this. We are a passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts, okay? But thank you so much for the 69 nice Tiggle Bitties. Yeah, so she has, well, the vet said she might have feline herpes, which is not anything to worry about. Most cats have it, like 90% of cats have it, and they're mostly asymptomatic with it. But sometimes when they get stressed, sometimes they can have a little, they can have a little flare-up. It's the vet was saying possibly she has just having a little bit of flare up. Hacking Esports, thank you so much for the host. How nice of you. That's very kind. Pink Milk with the 3 months re-indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. It's good to have you. I saw a long cat at Jumbo. It was so hard. We do love long cats here. Long cats are all cats are best cats, but long cats are also the best cats. Toxoplasma gondii. Well, if she has it, I probably do. I doubt she has Toxoplasma gondii. She would have caught it from a mouse, and she has not had too much exposure to mice or rodents of any kind. But so I doubt that she could have caught Toxoplasma gondii, but it's possible that she could have. And if she did, she probably passed it to me at some point. But that, again, that's totally normal. Something like 30 to 40% of the human race is infected asymptomatically with Toxoplasma gondii. And it only becomes toxoplasmosis if you're immunocompromised. Let's just hop right in, dude. While are you texting? Well, I'm not texting. Let's go. Yeah, let's get going. Let's hop right into it. I want to get right into it. Last time let's just pop this over here. I'm gonna log into TryHackMe here. Gonna log right into TryHackMe. Trying to remember this. I use a really weird and hard to type password for TryHackMe. There we go. I got it. So let's open up Holo. Now we are going to start this right from the beginning. It is labeled hard. It's notable that it is labeled hard. However, I find that most Active Directory stuff tends to be ranked a little higher than it should be. So let's just see what we get here. Dark Wolf Demon 73, thank you for the follow. Alrighty. Holo. Holo is an Active Directory and web attack lab that aims to teach core web attack vectors and more advanced Active Directory attack techniques. This network simulates an external penetration test on a corporate network. Now, if you do become a penetration tester, if you do become a pen tester of any kind, you will be doing these kinds of tests. You absolutely will, unquestionably. You will be doing these kinds of tests. So knowing how to do them, knowing what the objective is and what to do if and when you get access, is key. Is in fact key. So let's hop right in. We are seeing a couple of things right here at the beginning. We see that there's a Linux Serve 01. Okay, and what is this? What is this weird icon that we see here? Anybody know? Anybody know what that icon is? Wireshark, thank you for the follow. Cthulhu Fountain. Does anybody know what this sumbitch is? Yes, it's a whale. GoPro. It's Docker. Yeah. So this is Docker. So we could probably be expecting some kind of container escape at some point. Again, we could probably expect this is going to be a little bit more advanced. But again, I ask you to make sure you're asking questions, okay? It is okay if you're being challenged as a newbie. Don't let this put you off. This is still Newbie Tuesday. I'm going to break everything down as much as possible. I'm not going to assume anybody knows anything, okay? But we have to... We need to expand our minds a little bit, okay? We need to go into the black, into the slimed halls of real okay? We need to go. We just need to. We cannot, and we must show no fear. This is of crucial importance that you must show no fear. When you're encountering things that you don't know, okay? If you encounter something that you don't know, your response should not be to shy away from it. Okay, we must tackle it and figure it out as we go. What box are we doing? We're doing the Holo Lab. So let's go ahead and start. Did we join the room? I'm assuming we're joined. Let's go ahead and start the room. Okay, so it's going to take a little while for the network to start. So here's some of the things. In this lab, you will learn and explore the following topics. .NET basics. So .NET is the framework on which much of Windows runs at this point. You can think of it almost like... You can think of it mostly like the underlying framework to most of Windows at this point. We will be learning a little bit about .NET. Again, no fear. Okay? Do not be afraid. I will take you by... I will grip you tight. I will grip you tight and raise you from perdition. It's Java for Windows? No, that's C Sharp. I described C Sharp as Java for Windows, which is objectively a correct description. Microsoft Java is C Sharp. C Sharp is Microsoft Java, yes. Can we update the box name? Good catch. Good catch. Thank you very much. I constantly forget that. I keep meaning to like get into the habit of changing the box name before the stream, and then I never actually have. So because usually like I'm working up until like right before the stream starts, and then I just turn the stream on and then we go. Guys, when did Al do Wreath? I only did it for one day, and it was pretty boring. But I did it like months ago, a long while ago. So we're going to have AV evasion. Again, we're going to be learning about AV evasion. Again, no fear. Okay? Windows Defender. Windows Defender should fear us. We're not locked in here with Windows Defender. Windows Defender is locked in here with us. Okay? All right? Don't be afraid. All right? Whitelist and container escapes, we'll be doing some of that. Do you have C2 framework that is not Cobalt Strike? Maybe Eclipse. So if I'm not using Cobalt Strike, it's going to probably be Empire. Empire is usually my preferred C2 if I'm not using Cobalt Strike. I've tried using Covenant. I don't care for it. I'm also working on making something of my own C2 framework. Silent Trinity was great for about a month until all the antivirus caught onto it. For about a month, Silent Trinity was the tits. And then all of the antivirus all at once caught onto it. So Microsoft AV ain't shit. Well, it is not. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. Windows Defender is not bad, but once you're warmed up to it. Endpoint protection is really what's going to cause you headaches. If you become a pen tester, red teamer, endpoint protection is really what's causing you headaches. Right now, I'll tell you what's giving me headaches. Microsoft ATP, advanced. It's not called that anymore. I think Microsoft is calling it Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. God, that shit has been giving me a headache for 2 weeks now. Microsoft Defender for Endpoint is a pain in the ass. It's flagging on a lot. We'll just put it that way. It's causing a lot of problems. Which is good for Microsoft. Not good for me. My job is much harder because of it. But we're gonna get through it. I'm making progress. So we'll be talking about what a C2 framework even is at some point. Post exploitation. So again, you're seeing a lot of this stuff, and I can already feel your brains turning off. I can already feel the fear in chat. How many people are afraid? How many people are afraid? Say. How many people in chat are afraid? Big Ed's in chat if you're afraid. Okay? Big Ed's in chat if you're afraid by this syllabus. Mr. Streamarms, it's okay. It's all right. Al's got you. Okay? Al has you. In addition to Red, Al also has you. Okay? Al, we're gonna be taking it slow. We're gonna take it slow. We're not gonna cover all of this all at once. We're gonna take it slow. We're gonna see what we have, okay? And if it's too much, we'll go do something else. It's fine, but don't be alarmed. All right? One thing at a time. Alrighty. So let's go over here. I'm going to download my configuration file here, just off to the side. Give me just a second while I get us connected. Networks, Holo. Okay. Just a second. We're getting our VPN file so we can connect. TryHackMe. I have too many folders in here. Paste this right here. That seems fine. Okay. Let's go back to Holo. Okay. So they do give you directions for how to access this lab. Just know that I followed the directions. We are going to connect to it. That's not going to be a problem. If you use the attack box, you probably won't have to worry about that. Okay, they give you the kill chain just like in Throwback, which was their other beginner Active Directory thing. Here's the flag submission panel. Okay, we'll worry about that later. Apparently there were prizes at one point, but we get the best prize, okay? Pog. We may have missed out on these prizes, but we get the best prize. Knowledge. Brain wrinkles. Okay? That's the best prize. Otto Crane with the 4-month re-indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Thank you so much. Deez64, thank you for the follow. We get knowledge and we get wrinkles. That's right. That is right. You guys know what the fuck is up. Okay. All right. Let's close this. Okay. .NET. All right. So let's read about .NET. Let's learn a little bit about .NET, okay? An integral part of working with Windows and other operating system implementations is understanding C# and its underlying technology, .NET. Many Windows applications and utilities are built in C#. Again, C#, Microsoft Java, okay? It's not called C#, it's called Microsoft Java. As it allows developers to interact with the Common Language Runtime. CLR is the Common Language Runtime. So what is the Common Language Runtime? Again, you can think of it like Java. The Common Language Runtime is Microsoft's attempt to make a common framework on that can run Windows-based applications on a wide variety of platforms. That's why it's called the Common Language Runtime. It's also made to deal with different versions of the .NET framework. We will cover the infrastructure behind .NET and its use cases within Windows further below. .NET Core is like the cross-platform version of .NET. Okay. .NET Core is something you can install on your. You can install .NET Core on your Kali machine if you'd like, and run C# binaries on there. You can also run PowerShell through .NET Core right on Kali Linux. .NET uses a runtime environment, uses the Common Language Runtime. This is why we call it Microsoft Java. Okay, so what Java does, the reason we're calling it Microsoft Java is that Java is sort of an attempt to be kind of a cross-platform programming language. It's kind of the first attempt at that. And the way it handles it is it has a single Java runtime that runs on that ideally can run on any platform, and that it makes basically a little virtual machine in which the Java actually runs. The same thing happens over here at the Common Language Runtime. You can use any .NET language, C#, PowerShell, there's even F# as well, to compile into the Common Intermediary Language, CIL. Again, we're getting a little bit wrapped around the axle with acronyms here, but just know that .NET is kind of Microsoft's, is kind of the runtime environment for Microsoft programs. Also interfaces directly with Windows and API calls, making the optimal solution for Windows application development and offensive tool development. Many of the offensive cybersecurity tools that you'll use as a pen tester and as a red teamer are going to be written in .NET, predominantly C#. So an understanding of the basic tenets of this is going to be really, really important for you. So there is the .NET Framework, which again is Windows only, and then .NET Core, which is cross-platform. Yep, and now it's laying down. I broke it down for you a little bit more earlier. again, this is Newbie Tuesday. All right. This is Newbie Tuesday, so I'm trying not to overwhelm you with all kinds of technical language. Just understand that C# is intended to run on a variety of platforms, as long as the Common Language Runtime, the CLR, is installed. You can decide to use unmanaged code with .NET, yeah, blah blah blah. So basically, you got Visual Basic. C# is going to have its own compiler. Visual Basic is going to have its own compiler. C++ has its own compiler. It gets compiled into assembly. And then there's this big kind of virtual machine you can think of called the Common Language Runtime, which is going to actually compile and run your code, essentially. That's why we kind of call it Microsoft Java, because Java does something very similar. Okay? So, again, very important to have at least a basic understanding of what's happening there. Is that why there's PowerShell on Linux? Yes. Yes. PowerShell can exist on Linux because of the Common Language Runtime. That wasn't always the case. The Common Language Runtime is relatively recent. And by relatively recent, I mean the last several years. Not like yesterday. Okay, so we could talk about how to compile. Obviously, you're going to have to compile tools. We may have to compile some tools in this very lab. You'll typically do it with Visual Studio, or you can cross compile with Ming on or GCC on Linux. You'd be cross compiling with Ming. You can also use MS Build. MS Build is also is predominantly what Visual Studio will use behind the scenes to do your compiling. We recommend use. Okay, so you can download. So Microsoft provides you virtual machines for development, so you can download these for free. I use one personally. We use them we use them for work as well. Yep, you have to create an account to authenticate to Visual Studio, so you can do that. Yep, it's teaching you how to make a solution in .NET. We'll go through that as we need to. We'll go through this as we need to. I don't feel the need to sit here and go through this. We want to get to the actual hacking at some point. Okay, here we go. This is what we want. Okay. So, before we get overzealous in attacking web servers and hacking the world, we need to identify our scope and perform some initial recon. Okay, so this is very important. This is some... So if you run something Rubius, do you run it on Linux or does it require Windows? It can run on Linux with the Common Language Runtime, but most of the time you will run it on Windows, yeah. But the whole point of the Common Language Runtime is you can install .NET Core on anything, and it should be able to run .NET code. Now, obviously, I've never had cause to run Rubius from Linux. Honestly, if I had to do Kerberos based Impacket, it has a plenty fine way of interacting with. Impacket is perfectly fine for interacting with Kerberos from Linux. Rubius is predominantly useful on compromised Windows hosts. Dido Tokyo, thank you for the follow. Okay, so this is something you're going to constantly rub up against as a pen tester or red teamer. Scope. Okay, what do we mean by scope? Scope are essentially, sure, there is so many tools written in C#. That's why I asked. Yeah, because C#, for all the reasons that we just mentioned up here, C# is a really good language to write offensive tools in, because it's very easy to. It's easy to execute them on Windows machines. They have direct low-level access to the Windows API. They can do there's a lot. It's sort of the ideal language for Windows. Have you used Cobalt Strike? I use Cobalt Strike every day almost. I used it today. I'm on network with Cobalt Strike. My laptop on my left has Cobalt Strike open right now at this very second. So what do we mean by scope? Scope are basically the parameters in which you're required to conduct your assessment. The only people who don't have to work within a scope of some kind are the bad guys. Okay, the malicious actors, they have no scope. They're the only people who have no scope. But if you're trying to do any kind of ethical hacking, any kind of penetration testing or red teaming, your client's probably going to give you a scope. Okay, what is your scope going to be? It's going to be it could be a wide variety of things. It's any parameters that surround your testing. Most often it manifests as like a list of IP addresses that you're allowed to attack. Maybe a list of IP addresses that are specifically excluded. Maybe a list of domains that they want you to attack or are specifically excluded. A lot of times the scope will, most commonly, the scope will exclude any kind of denial of service sorts of attacks. Sometimes they will also exclude social engineering and phishing and so on and so forth. Basically, scope is just what you are allowed to attack and, more importantly, what you are not allowed to attack. So you need to make sure that you know what your scope is, that you're honoring it at all times, that you always have it in mind while you are testing, and that you don't violate it. Okay, you need to be very careful not to violate your scope. All right, does that make sense? Everyone clear on scope? Because we're treating this like a sort of simulated external penetration test, right? Is everyone clear on the term? Does anyone have any questions about scope? If you do, please do ask. Like a rifle scope? It's more like, when we talk about the scope of testing, it's more like the extent. It's more like a synonym of for extent. Get the scope in writing? Well, obviously you'll get it in writing. Okay. So, your trusted agent has informed you that the scope of the engagement is 100, 200 x 0, 100, 200 blank 0x24. To begin the assessment, you can scan the ranges provided and identify any public-facing infrastructure to obtain a foothold. YX. I feel like this is a typo. Okay, so the X must be this third octet. The X must be this third octet. So why does this IP address look different from this one? Right off the bat, do you see this? Do you guys see this? Since this is Newbie Tuesday, I want to make sure I'm breaking it down and explaining everything as much as possible. Why is this IP address 10.200 and this one is 192.168? Why? Yeah, one of them is an internal subnet. So 192.168 is an internal subnet. Okay? An internal subnet. And let's also talk about, let's take a second and talk about subnetting just briefly. Okay? Just briefly. I don't want to get too far into the weeds on this, but I do want to explain what we're looking at here. Because again, Newbie Tuesday. Okay? So what is this right here? What are those little guys? Because I know some of you guys are like, that little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy. But you should worry about that guy. Okay? You should worry. Zengel gets it correct. It's a Cider. Wonder Wookie gets it correct as well. It is a Cider. Okay? If you're asking, Cider, it's spelled CIDR. If you're wondering what Cider stands for, nobody actually knows. It's been lost to time. Okay? But essentially, when you're talking about an IP address, okay? When you're talking about an IP address, there's actually two addresses in here. Okay? There are actually, in every IP address, there are actually two addresses. And what this Cider is doing is it's indicating where the addresses are delineated. Okay? And let me explain to you what I mean. So an IP address, as you know, is made up of 4 bytes, okay? Anywhere up to 255.255. Usually 255 is a broadcast address, but 0 to 2, so anywhere from 0 to 255. 255 is typically reserved to be a broadcast address, but don't worry about that. So let me try and explain this as best I can. So when you're again, we have this problem again where we have we have this problem again where there's too many IP addresses, or there's not enough IP addresses for all the hosts. So one of the things that they've done is divide the IP address into 2. There is the network address and there is the host address. Okay? Network address, host address. Okay? I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on this, but the Cider basically tells you where the network address stops and where the host address begins. The network address is going to decide what subnet you're in. The host address is the specific host within that subnet. Does that make sense? Does that make sense before I continue? Isn't it for isolation? Yeah, I made it too confusing when I mentioned that we don't have enough IP address. Forget I said that. I made it too confusing. Forget I said that. I'm just confusing myself at this point. So, with this Cider, this is the number of bits. How many, okay, as a reminder, how many bits is an IP address? How many bits? How many bits in an IP address? 32, correct. 32 bits. 4 bytes is 32 bits. 8 bits to a byte. Okay? So within this IP address, there are 32 bits. This 24 is the number of bits from the left that comprises the network address. So this, 8 bits, 8 bits, 8 bits for 24 bits. Okay? 8 bits, 16 bits, 24 bits. Right? This is the network address. This is the subnet that this host is a part of. This final octet of 8 bits is the specific host within that subnet. Does that make sense? The Cider exists to point out where the subnet, what the subnet is. Everyone is following me here, right? This Cider, so if let's say I made this Cider 16. What would be the host, what would be the network address for if the Cider was 16? The network address. Correct. GoPro is correct. 10.200.0.0. Like, you would never just say 10.200. You would say .0.0. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, this subnet could be any number of bits. This can be any number of bits up to and including 32. You can have a subnet of 32. You just really never see that because it wouldn't really be a subnet. It'd be, yeah, there wouldn't be any hosts on that subnet. Okay. But this it doesn't have to be multiples of 8 is what I'm saying here. It could be 24 or it could be 23. In fact, the blessings of the /23 have rained down upon us. We have learned the blessing of the /23 network before on this very stream. The /23 network brings many benefits. ISPs will assign you a /32. Well, yeah, because you're just a single IP address. is all this defined with the subnet mask? The subnet mask is another way of basically conveying the same information as this cider. Okay? What would the subnet mask be? Okay, remove this stuff. This is confusing. What would be the subnet mask for this subnet? Does anybody know? Correct. So the subnet mask for this subnet is 255.255.255.0. Okay? It's basically just telling you that these bits are the network address. The subnet mask, basically, it's a mask over the network address. That's why it's called a mask. And for /23, I always forget. When you start getting into those multiples of 8, the most common subnet delineations you're going to see are /24, /16, /8. Multiples of 8 are the most common subnet delineations that you're going to see. Okay? There was a time when I could by mentally calculate subnets. I've honestly started just doing this. You can just go to Google Subnet Calculator. And you can go. So another thing that I forgot to mention is because it's rarely mentioned these days. But depending on this Cider, networks are divided up into classes. Okay? So a network with a /8 is a class A network. /16 is a class B. /24 is a class C. And /32 is a class D. Does that make sense? You don't really hear that very much these days, but it's more of a, you don't really hear that. It's kind of old now. I dream of it. Yeah, this is just more class warfare. That's why I didn't bring it up. Okay, so let's 24. So let's take this IP address. What was our... I'm just trying to give you guys the tools to understand the subnetting, because I know this is Newbie Tuesday. So what is this X? 137? 137. Okay. So let's put this into this subnet calculator that I just used. This is often what I'll use to calculate subnets that don't fall along the /24 because I don't trust, or the multiples of 8. We'll just say .1. Subnet mask, that sounds good. Can I give it a cider? Let's give it a subnet mask bits of... Okay, this is not a good subnet calculator. I just want to give it a cider. What the hell? You gotta set it. Oh, I forgot about the classes again. Okay, well, I'm not going back to it. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. So let's put this IP address in here. And let's see, what if it was a /23? Okay, so if it was a /23, you can see that the subnet mask would be 254. I feel like I should be able to remember that. But please try. I'm not going to install something new on Kali just to do something I can do on the web. Okay? I don't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole about subnetting. Okay? Let's try not to get too wrapped around the axle about subnetting. I'm just trying to give you the tools to understand the cider what the cider means. Does that make sense? Does everyone follow basically what the cider means, what the subnet mask means? So they know what you're... So what are they telling you When they tell you you can scan this subnet, what are they telling you? They're telling you that you can scan every IP address that exists within this subnet. How many IP addresses are in this subnet? How many IP addresses are in a /24 subnet? It's technically 250. For practical purposes, it's 254. Technically, there are 255 or 256. It's just that the top and bottom one are usually reserved. So for practical purposes, it's 254 usable IP addresses that you're going to be scanning. What if there's but what about in a /16 network? What if this was a /16? How many IP addresses then? A lot. Yeah. A lot more. Okay? So if you're scanning a /16, it's going to take a lot fucking longer. It's going to take a lot longer. A huge amount longer. 254 isn't too bad. You'll see that very commonly within internal networks. You'll see /24 networks pretty commonly. But the IP address, it's going to take a lot longer to scan a /16 than a /24. Okay? Fortunately, we're just scanning a /24. 10.200.137.30 is our IP address, I think, right? Or no, DC. Oh, this is the DC. Oh, I'm looking at this wrong. Okay, well, it wants... I'm assuming this is the external one that we're going to compromise, but we'll get to that in a second. Okay, so they want us to scan the 10.200. Okay, this is the external one. That makes sense to me. Is it 117? Or it's 137, okay? .0/24. Nmap will accept Cider notation. Let's do nmap. Let's just do a basic nmap scan to get started with. Before we actually get started, let's mkdir. Let me just copy this so I don't keep forgetting the IP address. It's tmux. Holo. Okay. Great. All right, so now we will nmap. We're just going to do a basic nmap scan to start and see which hosts are alive. Oops. Whoopsies. I just want to see what hosts are alive first. So nmap is going to ping sweep first. Okay? Is there a reason you don't export IP? That would be a good way to do it, yeah. That would be a good way to do it. So while nmap is ping sweeping and trying to find a target, let's do stream raiders. Any questions so far? Oh yeah, and also because if I made a new window in tmux, that environment variable would no longer be set. That would be another reason I wouldn't want to export IP. William Jacques, thank you for the follow. Cthulhu Fountain to you. If you got questions, please ask. Don't get too wrapped around the axle about subnetting. There's plenty of online resources you can read about later to learn more about how subnetting works. I just wanted to make sure we all are on the same page as for what a cider means. Sorovi with the most kills and Mill with the most assists. Zutu 2 Kulipa and Mr. Ed Makes with the bonus rewards. What do you like about Tmux that you prefer over Terminator? I've just been using Tmux for longer, so I'm more familiar with it. Terminator is a perfectly acceptable alternative. I swear to God, streamers reading my name never gets old. Well, your name is degenerate. What can I say? I'm doing my best. Alrighty. Alas and alack, we get nothing. But Cthulhu is no problem. Technically, Cthulhu is not pronounced Cthulhu. Lovecraft did not pronounce it Cthulhu. Fun fact there. 10.200.137.0. I'm noticing the .33 is up. Let me see it. Let me try and ping the .33. Oh, I mean ping. I want to ping. Did I just not connect to the... You know what the problem might be? Pay no attention to what's happening. I think I know what the problem might be. It's hard to tell. Pay no attention to what's happening, okay, on the screen right now. Just know I think the problem may be fixed now. Oh, look at that! The problem's fixed. Oh, look at that. Professional red team. Stop it. Don't professional red teamer, by the way, me. It's been a long-ass day for me. Bruno. The point is, it works now.
What are you doing, Steph?
Big Nicky! Big Nicky, it's been a long day! I'm fucking tired! I forgot to connect to the VPN for 2 minutes. It's fine, not a big deal. Alright, we're gonna scan. So Nmap should, so typically, you can do a ping sweep first. You could, it's common to do a ping sweep first, and then do an Nmap scan, but Nmap will technically try and ping and discover hosts anyway, so that you could consider that somewhat redundant. We're just doing a basic Nmap scan to start and see what live hosts exist here. Let's move this over here. Ah, here we are. So we do see 137.33 and 137.250 are both live here. So two live hosts for us. We do see one with HTTP open. This is very common, what you'll see. Common for if you're scanning an organization's external infrastructure. Something like this is very common to see. HTTP and SSH are very commonly exposed to the external internet. Do you have issues with slow boxes? On a box-by-box basis, yeah. But not every box is like that. Just some boxes are. Let's go ahead and get notes going, because we are good hackers and we take notes. Holo. Uh, 10.200.137.33. Uh, 137.250. Okay, so we have two live IP addresses. So now we can pick those IP addresses specifically. We can do something like this. We can do .33 and 250. I think Nmap will accept that. And then Nmap, tech SV, tech SC for default scripts. ON. External Nmap. Okay, I think it accepted that. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Okay? So what's the last octet of the IP address of the public-facing web server? Okay, so looking at this output right here, chat, what is the last octet of the public-facing web server? Looking at this output.
Hunt.
Nightmare with the 15 months. Welcome back to the All Has Red team, my friend. 33 is correct. Good work, team. And for those of you who didn't know, so this is the web server because it has a web server on it, obviously. So the last octet refers to the IP address. The IP address is made up of 4 octets. And this last octet right here is 33. Does that make sense? Is everyone following me on octets? Okay. How many ports are open on the web server? We have 2 ports open from what I can see here. Uh-oh. Looks like there's a high port open that we didn't see. So let's go ahead and nmap tacp tactec on33 all ports 10.200.137.33. And we'll scan all the ports. Oh, let's add attack V onto the end, so we can see all the ports that they find. Yep, we do see WordPress. Let's go ahead and take a look at WordPress while this is going, because it's going to take a sec. Okay, so we see lorem ipsum content. That's pretty normal. But we also see something on September 2020. We get a not found. But the reason we're getting a not found, if you look up at the top, is www.holo.live is what's being browsed to here. So we want to be conscious of that, and we're probably going to have to put that into our Etsy hosts file here. We also see that a lot of the page content is not loading. If we look at the page source, if we real quick just if we open the page source,
FBI, open up!
oh my God, they're on to me. I hit F12. They're on to me, chat. They're gonna drag me. They're gonna drag me away. They're not gonna take me alive. Where are our notes? I have my notes right here. So the reason that a lot of these assets are not being loaded is, if you notice, a lot of the assets are being loaded from www.holo.live. See, right here, a lot of these links are trying to resolve www.holo.live, and it's not resolving because there is no DNS. The DNS resolution is failing. So we do need to go ahead and put that into our Etsy hosts file here. It was 10.200.137.33. Not WordPress, www.holo.live. We'll also just call it holo.live. Okay. So now if we reload this page and look at that, we now get, okay, now we have holo.live. Isn't that like a VTuber thing? Isn't holo.live like a VTuber thing? Does anybody watch those VTubers? Those Twitch streamers and YouTubers who like have virtual avatars or whatever. Or something like that. I think holo.live refers to that, actually. Right? Am I wrong about that? Sounds gay? It's not. Oh, I mean, to each their own. I just know some people do it. Okay? Indeed. Indeed. So my point is, you do see that the assets now get loaded. That's because all of the links in this page source are now able to resolve. Does anyone watch the VTubers? Because I don't. I've seen a few of them before. I don't think they're... And none of them really do the content that I want to see. I know that they exist, and I think it's pretty cool. That's all. That's all I know about them. I don't know, but I think that I've seen this on Reddit, this Holo.live. I think it's been referred to on Reddit. But my point is, I think it's referring to that VTuber trend. So we have a WordPress thing here, okay? We absolutely have a WordPress thing. So what do we do with a WordPress thing, chat? If we have WordPress, what are we doing about it? Is it 3? Okay, apparently it's 3 ports. What CME is running on port 80? That content management system? CMS, I think they mean to say. Instead of CME, I think they mean to say CMS, but it's WordPress, content management system. What version of the CME? Well, WP Scan can do that for us.
Waifu pillows as far as the eye can see.
Waifu pillows as far as the eye... I mean, it's not always waifu pillows. Although, fun fact, so I was watching a brief segue. I was watching 90 Day Fiancé last night, and by watching, I mean it was on in the background while I coded. I was trying to fix up one of this exploit script that I had to use. Fix up this exploit script that I had to use to clean up after itself rather than leaving artifacts. I can't have that happening on my red team assessments. But 90 Day Fiancé was on in the background, and yeah, the anime ranch girl, like one of the characters, I call them characters. I don't even know if they're people anymore. They keep getting the most wacky fucking people in here to do this. And like one of the people this season is this girl on a ranch who's absolutely the most weeb I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, the Naruto lady. That's the chick. Anyway, they ask her in the interview like what her ideal man is, and she goes, "Well, my ideal man would be my favorite anime crush," and she said, and she's, what did she say? I'm trying to remember.
A hunter must hunt.
Weeps out.
I'm trying. What did she actually say? She said. Shit, it's funny you all know about the... Yeah, I mean, it's so she said... I'm trying to remember exactly what she said. She said, okay, no, she said, like, it would be... she would... it would be my favorite anime crush, green eyes, red hair, and he has a fox demon inside of him. And I'm like... I wasn't even looking at the screen. I was looking at a script that I was trying to fix, and I immediately in the back of my head went, "Oh, Kurama from Yu Yu Hakusho." And like, son of a bitch. Is that... Listen, chat, real talk. Is that concerning? Is that concerning? That I happen to know exactly who she was talking about. A little bit, yes. Shut up, Maticus. Listen, nobody asked you other than me right now. Okay? I'm not proud of it, okay? Listen, that's an older anime back from when I still watched a lot of anime. Yeah, I watched Yu Yu Hakusho. You bet you I watched Yu Yu Hakusho. All the cool people did. Okay? This is a fact. All the cool people watched Yu Yu Hakusho in the early 2000s.
What are you doing, step bro?
The hazy cracker. I am bearing my soul right now. You know, is this when you start licking? What does that have to do with anything? What does licking the mic have to... Listen, okay, I'm just gonna continue.
What are you doing, step, bro.
The point I'm trying to say is, should I be alarmed at my weeb level? It was higher than I was assuming. I'm not proud of it. Okay, let's just do WP scan. Let's start with WP scan here. Everyone's, what are you doing, step broing me? They're just misusing that at this point. So we're going to enum users. Tack E to enum users. And then vulnerable plugins with VP. That's just licking the mic. I'm not... What does that have to do with anything? What does knowing about anime have to do with licking the mic exactly?
Al's in a weeb level is over 9,000.
Listen, if you didn't know, listen, I have this kind of shit on the fucking soundboard here. I also have this.
It's time to
I don't know why you guys are like, and this. Like, I don't know why you
triggered my trap card.
I don't know why you guys are so surprised that I'm a weeb. I mean, that's been blatantly obvious for the entire time you people have been here. Okay? Yu-Gi-Oh! Is for cool guy? You're goddamn right it is. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the fucking tits. Okay? Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the fucking tits. I will not be shamed for enjoying culture. Okay. Finesse, thank you for the follow. Jifram with the 69. Nice. Tiggle biddies. Year 0 with the 11 months. Weaves out indeed. Jifram with the 69. Listen. Yeah, my weeb level is high, okay?
It's over 9,000!
It was good at, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Resident Sleep. Okay, so, I mean, the original season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the tits. Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, anything after the original season sucks ass. Okay? We'll go with that. So, what you're going to want to... So, some things about WordPress that you should know just right off the bat. Oh, there is a Robots.txt. Let's check out Robots.txt here. So, a lot of the default WordPress files are in Robots.txt. So, if we didn't know it was WordPress already, we sure do now. So let's see what version of WordPress it is. We do see it is version 5.5.3. Bring us Yu-Gi-Oh! I would do that if I could get the hair right. What is the HTTP title of the web server? Is it Holo Live or something? Holo.live, it looks like. Title is Holo.live. There we go. So we've enumerated. Looks like they're going to have you go Buster, but we may not even bother with it. We'll see. We'll do it we're going to start brute forcing here, probably. Okay, so typically when you're looking at WordPress, you're not really going to find any... What all I was saying is that WordPress is the most secure CMS. I mean, it's not the most secure. I mean, it's like anything else. It can be secure. Like, WordPress is one of the most common things that I see in the wild. You're gonna experience a lot of WordPress if you do this stuff for a living. If you do this stuff for a living, you're gonna see WordPress a lot, is what I'm saying. So you should just be aware. You should know how to deal with it. So some quirks of WordPress. Okay. First of all, you should always check to see if the login interface is exposed. Sometimes it isn't, in which case you can't brute force logins and things like that. You're going to want to always check for that. You're going to want to check for robots.txt. You're going to want to enumerate users. Okay? You're going to want to enumerate users. And what do I mean by that? I mean the... WordPress has a really easy way to... Because of how WordPress is laid out, it's very easy to enumerate user accounts. So WP Scan will do that for you with TAC EU. TAC VP is vulnerable plugins. It's going to scan for plugins. Typically, if you're looking for like vulnerabilities in WordPress, it's most likely not going to have a vulnerability in WordPress itself. That's fairly rare. A vulnerability in WordPress itself is fairly rare. Typically, if you find a vulnerability in WordPress, it's going to be in one of the third-party plugins. If you want to get some CVEs under your belt, a good thing to do is go find like some third-party plugins that nobody uses, and you'll find cross-site scripting, you'll find local file inclusion, you'll find all kinds of crap really readily that you can submit and get CVEs for them under your name and put those on your resume. Like if you're just really interested in collecting CVEs, that's one way you could do it. Please give us the methodology. I'm giving it to you right now. The first thing you do with WordPress, other than checking for robots.txt if you're smart, is to do WP scan. WP scan is a core tool for this. So we're gonna go down. We're gonna see if there are any plugins that have been exposed that look interesting. These are not in plugins. These are all just WordPress. SQL injection via WP query. Huh. Well, that could be some via. Okay, well, this apparently is a very old version of WordPress. Looks like it didn't find any plugins. It did find a user admin. So we'll go ahead and start the brute forcing process here.
A hunter must hunt.
Tech you admin.
Happy to support Mr. Streamer. But Mr. Streamer, help me get the video quality beyond 360 cores today. That's all I'm getting for some unknown reason. Person shrugging.
Beyond 360? You mean 360p? Get better internet. That's my professional. I haven't dropped a single frame today. So get better internet. Idiot. I'm just kidding. Okay, so we're gonna give it we're gonna try and we're gonna brute force the username here. Or brute force the login. This is another common thing to try. How do I give it a password? It's tech capital P. And we'll just give it user share. Typically, you're going to want to go with something other than rocku.txt for this, but we'll do rocku for today. No. And it should start brute forcing here. And then we can start enumerating these vulnerabilities. If you were on a real assessment, would you start the brute force? Yeah, unless brute forcing was specifically ruled out because of the scope. What the fuck is happening? Is there a WAF or something? .403. Oh, I'm getting a 403 forbidden. So it could be that the login is WP admin is probably being this would be a finding, by the way. Right here in this robots.txt, this would be a finding. Why is this a finding? Why would I put this in the report as a finding? They tell you, yeah, it's a path disclosure. So they're telling us, so we now have the exact location of the WordPress directory. That I would put that information leak. I would say it's a low vulnerability. But if there is some kind of local file inclusion that we're able to find or something like that, we now know the directory, the path, the local path, so we know how to start browsing for directories. This is greatly helpful if we find some kind of a local file inclusion. Isn't that the default installation directory? Not always, no. So if we find some kind of directory traversal, we know exactly where to directory traverse. So this would be a finding. Again, keep in mind, when you're on a penetration test, you're not just looking for remote code execution. You're not just looking for local file inclusion. You're looking for everything. Anything you can possibly find. Okay? Literally anything that you can possibly find, you're looking for. Does that make sense? And any vulnerability, big or small. So this is very common. This is very common to restrict the admin page. This is specifically to prevent me from trying to brute force this. Okay. But also they shouldn't put Etsy www. Oh, I agree. I mean, I fully agree. They shouldn't put var www. Oh, I agree. I fully agree. I bet when when I'm hunting and you watch streams, you cringe at the info that's leaked. Oh yeah, for sure. It's very common for me. On my recent assessment, I found internal IP address disclosure. I found I had a path disclosure. I found a local file inclusion. I didn't find a local file inclusion, but I found a path traversal. In a cookie of all things. You find all kinds of shit. My point is that your report is going to be full of small and big vulnerabilities. You're not just looking for the big vulnerabilities. So this is very common to see. It's very common to see the WP admin blocked externally, specifically to prevent you from brute forcing it. So what can we do from here? Does anybody what are you doing from here? If you're a penetration tester, what are you doing from here? We do have these vulnerabilities in WordPress. Let's take a quick look at these SQL injections. Stored cross-site scripting is probably not that interesting to us. Obviously, this out-of-date WordPress would indeed be a finding, a big-time finding. I don't know if this is going to be exploitable. Because it looks like WP query has to be being used somewhere, and it looks like this is a very bare-bones WordPress server. So just because this WordPress is vulnerable to SQL injection doesn't mean that the specific function that is vulnerable to SQL injection is exposed for us to access. God bless you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Due to improper sanitization, there may be cases where SQL injection is possible through plugins or themes that use it in a certain way. Okay, so again, this looks like a very bare bones WordPress server. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot going on here. There's not any plugins at all. It's just this static page with lorem ipsum content. There doesn't seem to be really anything here. There's no plugins to play around with. Again, it does say SQL injection, but WP query is probably not being used anywhere. So Angel D is right. So when you're pen testing, okay, here's the thing about pen testing. You don't have infinite time. A lot of people complain. One of the most common complaints that I see about the OSCP exam is that, oh, you only have a day to do it. And I'm like, dude, are you under some kind of incredibly mistaken impression that you can just kick your feet up and poke at a WordPress, at one WordPress webpage, like fucking all day long, and get absolutely nowhere? Fuck no, dude. Like, you don't have any time for that. You have zero time for that. Like, you on a pen test, you are on a very strict timetable. You have to work efficiently, and you're probably going to have a lot to look at. In this case, we only have a couple of hosts. So yeah, if I was on a real assessment, I would probably take a longer time to more completely enumerate this WordPress page. But keep in mind, you have to be able to spy a rabbit hole. This is why OSCP gives you a lot of ports to look at, gives you a lot of stuff, and puts you on a time limit. The whole point is to make you weed out the rabbit holes. You absolutely must weed out the rabbit holes. Okay, so right now I'm thinking that there's not a whole lot to see on this WordPress page. So yeah, we can keep poking at it, but we're probably going to want to be running a little bit of a little bit of automated recon in the background. So we could probably use GoBuster to brute force for directories, but this is a WordPress installation. So there's probably not going to be any hidden directories that aren't involved with WordPress. Probably. So the thing we're probably going to want to be looking at is this. We already see that there are subdomains. We see that there are subdomains. So what if there are other subdomains? Is what I'm getting at. What other subdomains might there be? Let's find out, shall we? And we can use GoBuster for that. GoBuster vhost. TACU http://holo.live. Sec lists, discovery. Is it web content? No, it's like DNS, I think, for the subdomains. It's DNS, isn't it? With the subdomains? Yeah, with the subdomains. So we're going to scan for subdomains here. And looky here. Right off the bat, we find admin.holo.live. We find dev.holo.live. This is something you're going to want to always do on real assessments. On real assessments, you're going to want to enumerate subdomains. Okay? Maybe not this way. This way is not always necessary. A lot of times you can get subdomains using open source intelligence, like AMAS. AMAS is a great way to enumerate subdomains. If you want to brute force subdomains like this, you can do this with GoBuster, but usually the tools I would use are things like AMAS, the Harvester, things like and Google dorking to find subdomains. There's lots of ways that you can enumerate subdomains in the real world without brute forcing them directly like this. But you can brute force. This is just going to be loud. So we do see some subdomains open for us. So let's take this admin.holo.live looks super juicy to me. So we keep in mind we do have to add this to our Etsy hosts if we don't want to alter the HTTP request every time, which I don't want to do. There's DNS recon. Yeah, DNS recon will do brute force for subdomains as well. There's lots of ways to enumerate subdomains is what I'm trying to get at. Dev.holo.live. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? FFUF, WFuzz, AMAS, yeah, Age of Music, that's how you pronounce it, AMAS, or that's how you spell it. Although DNS subdomains don't necessarily equal vhost. Not necessarily. We are trying to keep it simple for, keep in mind what a virtual host is, okay? We talked about this a little bit on Sunday, but what a virtual host is it's multiple hosts behind a single IP address. You have one public IP address with multiple applications exposed. That's a virtual host. Subdomains won't always map to virtual hosts. That's not always how it works. So if you're scanning a single IP address and doing virtual host and doing the vhost brute forcing, then you may get different results than if you a nickname for another web root. Basically, yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. You may get different results, but typically subdomains and vhosts will look the same. Okay, so we have admin.holo.live. We do see a login prompt. Let's view the page source. Looks pretty simple. Action page.php, it looks like. We could try admin, admin password, admin holo.live, nothing. Okay, so we have a login prompt at admin.holo.live. We'll put that down in our notes. Okay. And we can look at dev.holo.live as well. An all-new redesign. Let's view the page source. Looks like it's HTML5. So this is not WordPress, I don't think. We got jQuery. Okay. So nothing there. We see that this is kind of like a not great, like you can barely see these, like look, like the color contrast is very bad here. But we can click on some of these to get a sense of, we got talents. Okay, IAAs in chat. Yes, everyone IAA together. Let's all just get it out of our system, okay? Everyone get it out of your system. God, why are they all like 5-year-old girls? Does nobody find this weird? Why are all of these women like 10? Except for maybe this one. Yeah, and someone already pointed out what I already saw. I already saw that. So if you you don't really see anything if you just click on these images. But if you look down in the bottom left, and you'll get a Alvear cartoons. It's still weird that they look really young. It's actually a 10,000-year-old demon. Okay, but so if you'll quickly draw your attention down to the bottom left-hand side. If you mouse over a link and then look down at the left-hand side, you can see the destination that link will go to. And here you can see that there is an image.php and a file parameter. Do you guys see that down in the bottom left? I can't move my mouse to show you. It's down here. You guys looking down there? See that? And it's important because that doesn't appear in the URL bar up here. But if you do click on that, if you mouse over this, you can see amelia.jpg. It's browsing to file images/amelia.jpg. And you want to be cognizant of those sorts of things. This is why the first thing you want to do when you start looking at a web page is to just browse it normally. Just browse the web page like a normal person. But yeah, we're seeing a parameter here that we can maybe test for local file inclusion. So let's go ahead and let's start up Burp here. We probably should have started up Burp some time ago. But we can go ahead and get started with it now. Amelia.jpg amateur detective, indeed. Alrighty, we're firing it up. Start. Oh, let's go ahead and do Stream Raiders really quickly before I get started with that. Let me just get water really fast while Stream Raiders is going. you're public. Yeah, I don't know what that special reward was.
Come on. Shoulda had them apple bottom jean boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shoulda got low.
Oh, we'll do a quick long cat. Long cat. Oh, that's a good lady. By the way, I woke her up from a nap for this, so she's particularly ornery. Okay, go ahead. I woke her up from a nap for this, so she's not happy with me. But she'll survive. She will live. Reported for animal torture. That is not torture, okay? Now she's just sitting on the floor looking up at me like she was just violated or something. She just needs to chill, okay? Okay, so let's all right, so we can browse to Amelia Watson. We're not intercepting, it looks like. Or we are. Okay, we are intercepting. Yeah, it's just happening with JavaScript, it looks like. Let's view image. See, now we can see the image, and we can see that there's a file parameter here. Why isn't this... Didn't this appear? Why is this not appearing? Why isn't this getting intercepted? Proxy is on. Oh, now it gets intercepted. But it's not appearing in my HTTP history. Why isn't this appearing in my HTTP? That's very odd that it's not appearing in my HTTP history. But we can try to try a simple path traversal here for etc pass.wd. Now see, now this appears here. That's very odd.
Hey, listen.
The scope has a filter. Oh, okay. That would make sense. I figured it. You saw me flash over to my scope to make sure I hadn't ruled anything out or something. Yeah, but right here. It's filtering out... it's filtering out, like, it's filtering out images right here. So we can actually include that. We apply. And now we can see it. Now we can see the images in here. My bad. But, what do we think this is? So we have what we call ye old local file inclusion here. Okay? Ye old local file inclusion. Does this make sense? You need to change the proxy filter. Filter. How do I change the proxy filter? Oh my god, why? Oh, right here.
Hunter must hunt.
There you go. Now you can see. There you go. Okay. Well, we found a local file inclusion, okay? Despite the fact that Burp's... Okay, honestly, full disclosure, love Burp. Okay? Burp's great. Burp is much better than the alternatives. That being said, this was designed by somebody who was having a stroke. Like, in the process of having a stroke. Whoever designed this layout was like literally having a stroke while it happened. It's not a good... This is not a good layout, okay? I love this layout. Okay, well... I don't. Baby Ray. Listen, it worked fine. We found the local file inclusion. Okay? So, what are we noting from this? Well, there's a www data user. There's a MySQL user. There's a backup user. But what are we what do we want to include? What do you guys think? What do you guys think would be a good file to include? How about that one? How about that one right there? And the website very helpfully tells us exactly where to find it. Now, this is where I probably would have guessed. But why do we want this file specifically? Why is this file of particular interest to us?
The fine addition to my collection. The fine addition to my the fine addition to my collection.
Fine additions to our collection. Okay? There are database. This file contains the database credentials. This is where WordPress stores database credentials. And also secrets for cookies. So you could actually hijack a WordPress user's session using and forge your own WordPress tokens using this. But we usually don't need to do that. So let's go ahead and copy this. What was that? You guys couldn't see, but I heard like a thud. And then I turned and went, what was that? And I just saw her sprint past on her way to the bedroom. So she knocked something over, but I'll find out what it was later. Okay, now she's just running around like a crazy person. Apparently she's been working up from her nap and she's decided it's the witching hour. Why? Fine, I'll type it out. Oh, I forgot. I need to send this to repeater. I'm an idiot. I'm trying to paste it into the response. There we go. And my goodness, we do seem to have admin DB manager login.
The fine addition to my collection.
Credits LFI.
Excellent. So, we do have some nice credentials here. Let's take a look-see. Admin DB manager login. How many directory traversals? Because, well, I didn't need this many. There probably only needed to be like 3, at most. But if you do so many, it doesn't matter how many you do. You can just, I always just do several too many just in case. But all you have to do is traverse back far enough to get back to the root directory. How do you know how many you need? That you don't really, unless you know exactly what the web root is. You don't actually know. That's why you just do it. I just do it a few extra times. All you have to do is make sure you get back to this root directory. That's the only thing that matters. So we now have credentials. So let's try to log in to admin.holo.live. Admin. And it was DB manager login. And my goodness. We do seem to have logged in. So, Big Brain Admin has used the same credentials, because Killer 2224 was correct. Killer 2224 was correct that those were
That's
MySQL
why you
credentials.
make your webroot 69 directories deep.
Nice. That's a nice level of deepness. So, what the Killer was correct when he said those were MySQL credentials. But what we see this Big Brain Admin has done is use the same password for at least 2 different services. Yikes. That's going to be a yikes from me, fam. Okay? That's a yikesers. So just a guy with the 3-month re-indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Thank you so much. Gaming golfer with the 7 months. Thank you indeed. DZE with the first time subscription. Welcome to the All Has Red team, my friend. Thanks for supporting the stream. Yozik, Limpid Kazonix, Rowan MJ1, Liptex, thank you all for the follows. Cthulhu Fountain to all of you. Monk117, thank you for the follow. But Mr. Streamer, no one reuses passwords in real life. I know it's a joke, just a guy. It still triggers me. I realize that it's a joke. I'm still triggered. I've had clients say that. I've had clients tell me on some of the dumbest Zoom calls of my life that, well, we don't think it's really common for people to reuse passwords. Zero Ciaran bringing the developer into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Welcome to the All Has Red team. Alone LLO, thank you so much for the first time prime indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Emulsion, thank you for the follow. Cthulhu Fountain to you, my friend. Mine is 12345. Is it? How did you know how did you know my password, Kinslayer? Just kidding. All right, so this admin is one of those big brains that reuse the password for more than one thing. Dashboard.html. So we're poking around a little bit. 83 visitors today. We're poking around. Material Dashboard Dark Edition. Let's go ahead and copy that. Because that might be something we're going to want to search exploit or something like that. What the fuck is this? Okay, never seen that in real life. What the fuck is this? Wait a minute. Hang on. This looks to be of some interest. Let's go ahead and copy that out. An oopsie. I would say it's probably an oopsie. I would say it's very likely an oopsie. Mr. Robot, you have a good day, okay? Good night or whatever time it is. And even now, even now, I can sense. FBI, open up! Like they're already they're coming for me. I've seen something I'm not supposed to see. I've decoded the HTML source code. Software is out of date. Please update. Yeah, Mike Parsons sending in the goon squad, exactly. Well, let's get caught up on our submissions.
Mike Parsons at Al4ZR3D is doing illegal view source. Arrest him.
Yes, thank you, Jifferam. Selling me out to Mike Parsons. I don't live in his state. He can't do shit. Joke's on you, Mike Parsons. What domain loads images on the first web page? That was dev.holo.live. What are the other two domains present on the web server? What? What does it want? Dev.holo.live. Well, it did load image. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Admin.holo.live. Dev.holo.live. Okay. Good work, team. What the fuzz? Okay, he's having you do a Durbuster. We didn't even do this. Again, I try not to follow this stuff, so I'm clearly going off the rails here. What file leaks the web server's current directory? That would be robots.txt. What file loads images for the development domain? Was image.php, was it? I think it was image.php. What's the full path of the credentials file? On the administrator domain. Well, this clearly isn't WP config. Are there credentials I didn't see? Well, I guess we'll probably have to... let's just go ahead and... I guess we can go buster this. Admin.holo.live. Yeah, it looks like I missed something. Because I'm not looking at the walkthrough at all. So let's go buster. Dir. Let's do dev.holo.live. And let's do... Keep in mind that if we discover any files, we can include them and read them. Okay. My music stopped. Dev.holo.live. Looks like I... It's right here. Dev.holo.live. What's the problem? Oh, it was admin.holo.live we wanted to brute force anyways. The machine expired? No, I don't think it did.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Why? Because I didn't extend it. I'll answer my own question. We're starting it back up again. Forgot to pay the meter. Yeah. Forgot to pay the meter. My bad. I think the server crashed? No, I think the network just went down. Because I didn't extend it. We have those credentials. We didn't really lose much time. We just the only time we lost was the time it's going to take the network to spin back up again. How many keyboards do you think your brother has busted playing League? We should have an over-under before you stream with him. Oh my god. So both me and Tim don't play League anymore. Because it's absolutely the worst thing that's ever existed. At least the latter is. The latter is the worst. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I shouldn't have pressed F12. Mike Parsons is like, big fucking mistake, buddy.
You triggered my trap card.
It's Mike Parsons. You've activated my trap. Like, both of us have are still suffering from the trauma resulting from League of Legends ladder. It's no laughing matter. It's not a joke. Okay. Are we good? Well, at least it's the same IP address by the looks of things. There we go. /docs. Okay, nothing there. Examples? Forbidden. Have you checked Robots.txt? We certainly could. Okay, cut. That was my idea. Chat did not suggest that. Okay, so be better than me. When you're testing web applications, always check robots.txt first. As you guys know, I frequently forget robots. Yes, thank you. Clearly, I missed crazed.txt. Ditto Tokyo. Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. Looks like I missed a directory. Okay, well, alas and alack, we can't even access it, so we're just screwed, right? We're just screwed, right? Yeah. Use the LFI. The local file inclusion should be able to access it. And it even gives us the full path. It even helpfully gives us the full path. Thank you so much. Golly, isn't that helpful, Gurag? Wow, credentials I haven't seen before. So I think I just unintentionally took a completely different path, I think. I just unintentionally I took a completely different path because they decided to use the same password for the database, apparently. So that's interesting. Accidentally going down different paths. But we have this full path for task failed successfully. Exactly. There you go. Task failed successfully. Yeah, I went down the logical path. This is the clown world. This is the clown world path. Going into this is like what was annoying to me is that up until now this is pretty realistic. Up until right there, that was pretty realistic. But this is straight up.
That was the indented path, and the WP config was unintended for some reason, unless I'm wrong.
This is clown world path. Like this is the path to clown world, okay? Like this is that's not a thing. One-way ticket to Clown Town. There you go. Alrighty. We got there anyways, okay? My way was the better and more realistic way. Just FYI. Apparently Leroy Jenkins. Oh my god, he just ran in. Following sections, we defined a development instance of a test server to practice attacks before moving to the actual production web server. This is always a good thing to do. It's always a good thing to have to try and replicate the target environment if you can, before launching attacks. It looks like they're going to have you do some stuff. Do I really have to? Oh, they're just having you... Okay, we already did all of this. I figured all of this out already. So you think practicing on completely contrived systems like this is bad for methodology? No, not necessarily. It did remind me to look at Robots.txt. I didn't need to. I found everything I needed to, and I was just trying to fill in the... I'm just trying to fill in the examples here. What file is vulnerable? That's image.php. We already found the local file inclusion. Does everyone understand the premise of local file inclusion? Does everyone understand? Does everyone... this is Newbie Tuesday. I don't want to assume everybody understands local file inclusion. Does everybody understand why we're able to read files here? Why we're unable to... what are some ways to prevent LFI? Well, like with many web vulnerabilities, it comes down to not trusting user input. So here what we have is when the user goes to... what was it? Was it dev.holo.live and goes to talents, and we scroll down and we see all of this IAA crap. What we have here is that when it loads an image, it's loading image.php, and then image.php uses what's called inclusion, PHP inclusion, to load the file that's provided in this parameter. okay, to load the file that's provided in this parameter. So really, all it's coming down to is they're assuming you're not going to mess with this. The developers just assumed you were just going to click on these images like a dope, and most people will. 99.999% of people are just going to click on these images and do whatever it is that they do with them. But a lot of times what developers can tend to forget is that we can just change this. Is that I have control over this entire request. I can change literally all of this. I can change the referrer header. I can change the accept headers. That doesn't really do anything usually. I can change the user agent. I can change the host. I can change... This whole thing is just user data. I can change all of this. So, essentially, it comes down to loading these images from static paths. Like, so there shouldn't be an image.php file that's just being passed a parameter of the image to load. That would be... Ideally, that would be the case. Ideally, each one of these images would be mapped to a static URL. Okay? Now, if there is, from a web development standpoint, if there, for whatever reason, needs to be an image.php that's accepting a parameter like this, you need to strictly sanitize this parameter to make sure that, like, for example, all of the results are only in the images directory. Or that none of the results contain that ... A white list of values would be ideal. That's how you would control for this vulnerability. Does that make sense? That's how you would mitigate this. What about RFI? What's the difference? Remote file inclusion. So local file inclusion is including a file on the local system. And by local system, I mean on the web server itself. Remote file inclusion is where a web server loads a file from a remote resource. So much like remote file inclusion is much like log4j. Did you read about log4j? Where you can force Java to include a Java class file? That's much like remote file inclusion, and has about the same level of vulnerability. Because if you can force PHP to include files from a remote location, you can force PHP to execute code that it shouldn't do. Does that make sense? The difference between local file inclusion and remote file inclusion? Remote file inclusion is usually a remote code execution vulnerability. Local file inclusion is usually like, I can read files on your server. Okay. What parameter in the file is vulnerable? It was the file parameter. They're asking for this parameter right here. So we actually moved really fast through all of this, and we're just catching up here. What file found from the information leak returns an HTTP error code on the administrator domain? From the information leak? I guess that's from the Robots.txt. Or maybe it's crazed.txt. It's got to be this. Using LFI in the development domain, what are the credentials found in the file? That would be the admin and DB manager login credentials, which we already had from wp-config. Man, they shouldn't have... This is so dumb. They just put the credentials in wp-config. That was so much more realistic. Okay. Okay, so they're giving us, again, we're going deep into clown world. Okay. I think this way is for the newbies. I mean, I feel like it would have been better to teach the newbies wp-config. the importance of WP config personally, but, you know, I'm not going to throw a fit about it. So this, again, is back to Clown World. We can go back to admin.holo.live. We can go in admin. It was DB manager. Gurag might be important. We're going to copy this out before I forget. Just copy this whole message in case it's important later on. Okay. All right. All right, so if you remember right, we viewed the page source, and we saw this comment. If get CMD equals null, this must be what we're looking at. Else, echo pass through. Pass through is like the system command. So pass through is much like the system command, as in it's going to execute whatever we put in here. We can look that up if we pass through will execute commands for us. Yeah. So the pass-through function is similar to the exec function in that it executes a command. This function should be used in place of exec or system when the output from the Unix command is binary data, which needs to be passed directly back to the browser. So what they've done here, this is a very poor way to like broadcast that there's remote code execution. But it's clear that if we go to let's go. I forgot to set my scope, so all my Google searches are in here. Dashboard.php. We can send this to repeater. And we can add on a parameter at the end here. CMD equals ID. Is it going to show up? Well, it will show up, but my font is really big, so it's hard to see. Are we going to see www data? There it is. See that? What's that? RCE. So again, we are here in Clown World, okay? So I don't expect that I would see this in real life. That I would see like an HTTP. Do I see? You don't really see code execution of this nature very common in the wild before, but you do see sensitive stuff in HTTP comments every once in a while, but not this sensitive. So what this is doing is let's make sure we understand what exactly is happening here. So let's just copy that out of there, and we'll paste it in here. I'm just going to format this so that you can read it a little bit easier. Okay. So this is, all I've done is format this a little bit easier, okay? So you can read it a little bit easier. So here we have an if statement. So they're first looking for a CMD get parameter. They're looking for a get command parameter called CMD. Does that make sense? And if that parameter is null, they're going to echo this command. They're gonna they're going to do this. They're going to echo the results of this command. Does that make sense? They're executing this cat temp views.txt. This is what you see. This right here. This visitors today right here. That's the output of this command, I would imagine. I believe. The 83 views today is the contents of temp views.txt. It is being catted out, executed by pass-through, and then it's being printed to the screen here. Okay? If the CMD parameter is not null, it's gonna echo whatever the results of the command are in the CMD parameter. So I can show this in the browser right here. CMD equals ID. And sure enough, right there, you can see the output of the ID command. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everybody? How this remote code execution is happening? Do we have any questions? If you have questions, it's a good time to ask. Oreo Bite, thank you for the 69 Tiggle biddies. Jifferam with the 69 Tiggle biddies. Indeed, I keep looking at the view source. That is illegal. That security guy is fired? I would say probably. I don't think he's a security guy. He's just a developer. So now we can use this to get code execution. So let's see if I can do... Man, this IP address is not very nice. We're putting this into our reverse shell generator. We'll copy that. Paste it in right here. I don't know if this will work. It's possible there's too many bad characters, but we'll try it out anyways. Let's do /bin/bash as well.
Hackerman.
I'm in. All right, we did it. So we now have remote code execution. Does everyone understand what like the general process that we took to get to this point? Does that happen in real life? I mean, remote code execution certainly happens in real life. It wouldn't be like this though. I've never seen like a hints that a PHP page is executing code in the background, like in an HTTP comment. What shortcut did you use? It's Control U. Control U you can highlight in Burp. You can highlight all of this and hit Control U. You can also hit Control Shift U to un-URL encode, but it's Control U to URL encode. Does that make sense? Do you have to URL encode? Yes. Yes, you do need to URL encode. In a get parameter, you absolutely will need to URL encode. These spaces, if you don't URL encode, the spaces will absolutely screw it up. For sure. It must be URL encoded. For sure. I just want to know if it's /CMD. No, it's question mark. It's question mark CMD. Because it's a parameter. Will you be putting this stream on YouTube for later viewing? Yes. It'll be restreamed on YouTube tomorrow, and it will be and it therefore will be saved in perpetuity on my YouTube channel in the VODs. So that's my method for the time being is going to be that 24 hours after every stream, it'll be restreamed to YouTube. Okay? And I am in chat, by the way. The stream, it's a restream, so it's just going to be the recording of the current stream. But I'm going to be in chat. I will be in chat if you have questions on YouTube. Tomorrow at this time, it will be being restreamed on YouTube. I will be in chat answering questions if you have them. And in so doing, not only do people who missed the stream the day before and want to watch it the day after, and be able to ask me questions during, have the chance to do that, but it's also saving the VOD. The VOD will be saved on my YouTube channel in perpetuity. Does that make sense? Does everyone, since this is Newbie Tuesday, does everyone understand what I've done to get a reverse shell up until there? Can we watch it offline later on? Yes. Yes. The VODs will be both on my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel. How do you have time to do this on multiple days? Is this your weekend? No, I work a full-time job. I just don't sleep. That's the key. The key is the sleep is for the weak. Can we watch it offline? You could download it off of YouTube, and watch it there. So everyone understands. Again, this is Newbie Tuesday. I don't want to leave anyone in the lurch. So, if you have questions, please do ask. Please do ask if you have questions. Are we good? Can we proceed? Let me go ahead and fill in the rest of these. What file is vulnerable to RCE? Dashboard.php, I think it was. What parameter is vulnerable to RCE? CMD. What user is the web... Again, if you want to go through and read all of this, there's some good methodology in here. I'm trying not to do it. I'm trying to treat it like a normal CTF because that makes for better content. And you get to see my methodology. Like, you got to see... I didn't know to look in Robots.txt for this clown world fucking crazed.txt. I went by my normal modus operandis that if I can read wp-config.txt, that has credentials in it. So you get, like, I try to do these things blind so you can see my methodology as I do it, how I'm thinking about things. What do you think about EJPT? It's great. It's a great way to get into the industry. The course itself is free. It just costs money if you want to take the exam. HackerMan sense? It's more about I just know what to look for. A lot of times people, they run the commands, and they look at the web pages, they see things. They see, but they do not observe. So you need to do that. You need to be able to see, and know what commands to run, but you also need to know what to look for. Like what and how to evaluate your findings. Modus what? Modus operandi. It's Latin. That means my method of operation. So what user is the web server running as? www.data, which is pretty usual, pretty normal. Okay. Mercerper session 1 closed. Ruh-roh, Raggy. All right, well, we'll do this now. Don't forget to pay. Oh, good call. Let's go ahead and extend the time. You can only extend this expiry time for a maximum of 2 hours. Okay, I have another minute left, so I'll do it in another minute. Riley Reid would have popped this box in exactly 69 seconds. Jiffaram, it is a dream that you could last for 69 seconds in Riley Reid's box. Are you kidding me? You would pop like long before you got anywhere near her box. Okay? All right, so we can now, we're operating in kind of a jerry-rigged reverse shell here, okay? This is kind of it's not ideal. This is not an ideal reverse shell. Do we have code execution and do we have a command prompt? Yes, we do, but it's not really ideal. So we want to kind of make we don't have an interactive prompt, which kind of limits what we can do. Like if we wanted to access MySQL, we wouldn't be able to do that. And I can demonstrate that right now. Well, let's try if we try to execute MySQL tac u root tac p, and it works, proving me wrong. That actually, I was not expecting that to work. I was not expecting that to work. But we're still in kind of a jerry-rigged reverse shell. Surprisingly, MySQL does work. But a lot of other interactive programs will not actually work because we don't have a proper interactive shell. So let's do Python 3 -c import pty pty.spawn bin bash. And we're going to spawn a pseudo-interactive terminal. That's this TTY, that's pseudo terminal. And we're going to spawn a terminal of bin bash for us. And now it looks the same, but we can hit Control Z as well. We can go stty raw -echo and foreground the shell again. X256 xterm 256 color, is it? Oh, I'm in Tmux. Is it X256 color? What is it? Xterm 256 color. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so now we have a terminal. We can clear. And you'll notice that now, like, let's say we wanted to cat out dashboard.php. We now have tab autocomplete. See? So we don't have to, we now have tab autocomplete and all the normal functions of a shell. And we can look at dashboard.php here. We see there's a lot of HTML content. Where is that crazy PHP getting executed? Right here. Here's that line. For some reason, he has the line copied again and commented out. Very strangely, but this is what's giving us code execution right here. This right here is how we can get code execution. Okay. So one thing we want to check right off the bat. What does this mean?
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
So we're in a Docker container. A Docker container is like a little isolated environment in which these applications are running. Typically, you do see these fairly often in the real world now. Docker is being included more and more Docker is being included in more and more development and production workflows out across the internet. This one is a little bit unusual because you have multiple applications running in here. Normally, you'll have the whole point of a Docker container is that literally only one application is running in each. In this one, not only do we have multiple web servers, like we have admin, dev, and HTML. We also have user.txt, we notice. And we have WordPress. Not only do we have multiple web servers, but MySQL is also running in the same Docker container. So this is kind of defeating the purpose of a Docker container in some ways. The whole, like a lot of people assume Docker containers are for security. That's not really what they're for. Docker containers, so here's what a Docker container is for, okay? You ever had somebody run some code and then pass you the exact command to execute, and you execute that command and their code worked okay, but your code threw an error? You ever had that happen? Yeah, and then your friend very helpfully goes, works on my machine. You ever had that happen? Literally anybody who has played around in tech and in code and in cybersecurity for any amount of time has encountered the exact scenario that I just laid out for you. Works on my machine. You ever tried to follow along with like an IPSec video or even my video and had the stuff work for him but not for you? Yeah, that's that problem. Docker is designed to fix that problem. The entire point of Docker is to fix that problem. Docker is going to whenever you if you run an application in Docker, Docker will create its own little isolated environment for that application to run in. And what this does is it keeps that application from interfering with any other applications, because applications have differing dependencies. Sometimes they conflict with one another. Sometimes it gets to be a real mess, setting up a whole bunch of applications on the same box with all different dependencies and technologies that all have to work together and configurations and stuff like that. Docker attempts to solve that problem. It creates its own isolated little environment in which it runs your application. So this is kind of defeating the purpose of Docker by having all these different applications in the same container. Does that make sense? It is also a byproduct of Docker that running an application inside of that little isolated container, if that application is compromised, you do have kind of like a you do have a degree of separation between that application and the live system. Does that make sense, chat? Are we all clear on what Docker is intended to do? So we're inside of an isolated environment in which these applications are running. And here, it is explaining Docker to us. By the way, highly recommend. Docker is very, very useful. Even to a penetration tester. Some would say especially to a penetration tester. Docker is an incredibly powerful thing. Like, for example, you guys, many of you were here a couple weeks ago when I did that Active Directory machine. I don't remember which one it was. Someone can feel free to remind me of which box it was. It might have been Volnet Roasted, maybe? But there was I don't think it was Roasted. It was something. No, it was Intelligence. It was Hack the Box's Intelligence. But there was a group managed service account, and my Bloodhound ingester was not finding it. I was unknowingly using an old version. Of Bloodhound, of Bloodhound's ingester, Python ingester, which is a problem. So I downloaded a Docker container that ran that. I just downloaded Bloodhound Python in a Docker image, and I ran it inside of a Docker image. So you did an update? The updated version wasn't in Kali's repo. I tried to update it, but Kali's repo hadn't updated to point to the newest version of Bloodhound. So I downloaded it rather than like install it from source, which would have been messy. I instead chose to just install it in a Docker container, and that worked just fine. It worked immediately. I just hit Docker run, Bloodhound. It downloaded the image. It ran the image. I highly recommend you look at Docker. It is very good for enhancing your penetration testing workflow. It's very, very useful. It was a fucking elegant solution. It was an elegant solution. You'll find that's true of many Docker-related things. I remember one of IPSec's boxes. What was it? What was that box? Spook Troll. One of those boxes, that box that was made by IPSec, that was essentially, it was a custom C2 framework, like with an API and everything, and they gave you a copy of the beacon or malware that people are supposed to run on their system. When I ran it on Kali, it segfaulted. And you can see this. I have Spook Troll up on my YouTube. If you want to watch it, if you want to watch me go through that box, it was a cool box. IPSec was in chat and everything for it. It was awesome. But we did that box, and if I remember right, I ran the implant on my Kali machine to see what it would do, and it crashed. Like the implant seg faulted for some reason, and I don't know why. Even IPSec was like, that worked on my Kali. IPSec himself gave me the works on my machine. I got the works on my machine from IPSec himself, okay? And then, so what did I do? I started a Ubuntu Docker container. I fired up a Docker container with Ubuntu, and I ran the implant in there, and I was able to reverse engineer it from within the Docker container. It ran correctly inside of the Docker container. Docker, again, very useful in a tight spot. Highly recommend that you add Docker to your workflow. It's very, very useful. So it's telling you how to identify a Docker container. It's explaining what Docker is. In the proc, you're going to see a lot of Docker-related things. It's telling you how to identify that you're inside of a Docker container. I guess this would be user.txt.
A hunter must hunt.
This flag, I suppose. Big Docker energy. Again, Docker is very, very useful. I recommend that you work it into your workflow, or at least look into it. What flag inside of the container? This. Okay. Miney with the 5-month re-indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Welcome back to the All Has Red team, my friend. Thanks for supporting the stream. Okay. So now we need to... We're not satisfied with just being inside of a container, okay? Predictably, we don't want to be inside of a container. We want to be on the host. Obviously, we want to be on the host. Shevbot, thank you for the follow. Cthulhu Fountain to you. So we have a couple of things that we can try here. The first thing we probably want to try is deep CE. Okay, so this is a good... A lot of people... I like to run things inside of /dev/shm for two reasons. Number one, it's always world writable. You can always write to this directory as any user. Number two, SHM, dev SHM, stands for shared memory, is cleared whenever the box reboots. So if I forget to remove something from the box, it'll get removed next time the box reboots. So it just helps me cover my tracks a little bit easier. But sometimes dev SHM has the no exec flag on it. And that's why I have to run mount to see if shared memory has no exec in it. Okay. Nope, we're good there. Okay. So we'll run it in temp. Which curl. So one thing you're going to find about Docker containers is that Docker containers by design typically only have exactly...
Tasty knowledge today.
Oh, thank you, Appetite for Data. I'm really glad you're enjoying it. Adding some wrinkles to your brain and so on. Thanks for the 4 months. What you're going to find in Docker containers is that they typically only have exactly what the application that's running inside of them needs to run. It's very common to see them without common things like Python or curl or wget or really anything except what is specifically required to run whatever it is they're running. In this case, the Docker container appears to have just about all the stuff that we need to live off the land. So curl is going to be very useful for us. We want to be looking at an enumeration script for called deep CE. Do I have it here? Deep CE, yes. Let's do sudo git pull. Okay? So this is like linpeas for Docker containers. deepce is going to enumerate the Docker container, and it's going to tell us if it can find any way for us to escape from that container. There are lots of ways we might be able to escape. These range from anything from a vulnerable version of Docker. There have been several exploits that have been found in Docker itself that enable you to escape from containers or execute code on the host from a container. Docker has several things by design that can be configured in a certain way to give you code execution in the container, on the host from the container. There could be a shared folder. Like there could be a folder on the host that is mounted inside of the container that we can somehow use to escape. All those fall under the heading of poor configuration ideas. If none of those work, we might be able to do a ping sweep for the local subnet and see if there are any other containers or see if there are any services exposed on the host that we can then pivot to. We can then pivot to and exploit from this container. Does that make sense?
Pivot! 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 Pivot!
Does that make sense? So there's lots of ways you can potentially escape from a Docker container. But we're going to... I don't know which way they want us to do yet. Again, at this point, I'm purposefully not looking at the thing because it's probably some fucking stupid thing that I'm not going to be able to guess. So I'm going to try to go through my normal workflow and see if I can get to the host through my normal workflow. And if I can't find a way, we'll take a look at it. Or take a look at the walkthrough. Anthony J.A. with the 5-month re-indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Thank you so much. Let's do Stream Raiders really quickly. Yeah, I love that pivot episode. That's a classic episode of Friends. That's a classic episode. What is Stream Raiders? It's a stupid game that we play here just to keep things lively on the stream, give my viewers another thing to do, a little break from looking at hacking stuff every so often, you know. Just a little fun thing we do. You can play with us if you want. If you !battle, and it's completely free. You can just do that, and you can log in with your Twitch credentials, and you can play with us if you'd like. GoPro Slow Yo with the most kills, and Send Pie with the most assists. Okay. So we're going to host this deepce file using Python simple web server. We're going to go back to our shell, and we're going to curl http:// what is my IP address? 10.50.134.50. deepce.sh, and we'll pipe it into bash. And we'll t deepce.out. Okay. See if we get anything. So it looks like we don't have ping, which is unfortunate. But let's see if we see anything. Could not get container name. Useful tools, curl, netcat, hostname. We don't know if there are capabilities or not. So one common thing is to have access to the Docker socket. The Docker socket is a special network socket that communicates, that links the container with Docker directly. Docker itself needs to be able to talk to and communicate with its container, obviously. So the Docker socket, if you, as the container, can write to the Docker socket, you can send commands to Docker itself. This is not a default thing, but I have seen it enabled before. That's one thing to look for. DeepCE would find it. So, interestingly, DeepCE hasn't really found anything other than this dbscript.sh. Let's take a look at that really quickly. But this is owned by root. Oh, but it's got 777. So in temp dbscript.sh. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so this just... Okay, so this is setting up the database. All he's doing is... This is just setting up the database. So we might want to take a look at that data. My goodness!
A hunter must hunt.
Coding Go! Coding Go with the 20 new cult initiates. My goodness! My goodness, you are so kind to me, Coding Go. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. I cannot thank you enough. Blah159, InUSC2, Top Fuel, 8-Bit Oni, Mater Hacks, VTCN, Spooky Coder, Flannel, Flanny L, Urzengel, Somebody Else, FC Lab, Baylot, Fury91, Fromaster, Poop Feast, Flingin' Flanger, Python Shoe, Owen Codes, Armestic,
A hunter must hunt.
Bastel, Bastelwee, and Dark Eldar has also brought us Hunterbot. Thank you so much, Dark Eldar. And my good, not to be outdone, JZ1999, 1999 has brought us 5 more cult initiates. We are out of control with this hype train. This hype train has no brakes. No Hagonada. And White Cyber Duck, Ghost Pants, Smash 8 Tap, and Garrot Onyx Equaka, I think. Pardon me if I butchered that. Welcome to the All Has Red team. Thank you guys so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you. That is so genuinely kind. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so we do see this is the script that's setting up the database. This is the database right here. Let's see if there's anything in here. Strings db.dump. I don't even have strings. Fuck. We can just try catting it, but it's going to look really messy. Okay, so we do see some credentials here. These are WordPress. This database holds WordPress stuff. So let's just go ahead and write that down. It's probably the same password we already have, but it can't hurt to write it down. Again, you're always looking for more.
A fine addition to my collection.
You always want fine additions. Hypercron, welcome. Welcome, my friend. Jwamtex, thank you for the follow. Cthulhu Fountain to you. So this is just setting up the WordPress database. This is the content in WordPress. All of this is just WordPress stuff. We already have the credentials. That's all we really need. So one thing to note, we do not have ping. We do not have ping. If config, we do have if config. So 192.168.100.100. That's a bit of an unusual. This is an internal IP address, I'm noticing. Let's look at root print. No, I can't type. I had a stroke. gateway 0000, y92.168.100 dash. It doesn't give me the last octet. Is that password hashed? Yes. So this is a PHP hash. You can crack this. I may try and crack it here in a minute. Silly question, since that file in /temp is owned and executed by root, we have 7 permissions on it. Could we just edit that script to run any command as we want as root? If we knew it was going to be run as root in sometime in the future, like from a cron job or something like that, then yes, absolutely, that would give us root access on the container. Absolutely, it would. But again, root would have to execute it root would have to execute it unless it is SUID. If it was set UID, then we could execute it as root. But I don't believe that it is. Yeah, so this is not set UID, so we can modify the script, but root still has to execute it. Now, in a real-world environment, it would probably be worth just dumping a little persistence line in there in case root did run it. In case it gets run by a cron job or something like that, it'd probably be worth dumping a little something in there. As long as you remember to remove it later on when you were done. Okay, so at this point, we could try and pivot out of here. We have the most interesting thing to note is that this is not a Docker, this is not a normal Docker IP address. This is an internal IP address for this fake organization that we're pen testing here, this Holo organization. Remember that so we're actually on the internal network right now. This container is exposed directly to the internal network, interestingly enough. So the most common place for the gateway to be is 192.168.100.1. So that's a good place to start. So we can try curl. And we do get a page. We do actually get a page. It looks like another WordPress page. Is this the previous word? Yeah, this is the WordPress page we've already seen. So, we don't have nmap, do we? Okay. So, from here, my thought at this moment is that we want to pivot through this to reach this 192.168.100.1 box. So how would we go about doing that? How would we go about doing that, you guys think? SSH tunnel? That'd be fine if we had SSH credentials. We don't have SSH credentials to this. So we can use a tool called Chisel. Chisel is a tool that's written in Go. And it essentially will allow us to set up a port forward just like you guys are suggesting. Okay? So let's try to set up Chisel here. Again, keep in mind, going back to we are here. This container is running on this host, we're assuming. And we're going to pivot to compromise this host. SOCAT is not installed by default, but that certainly could work if it was installed. It's not installed. Chisel is good because it doesn't need anything else to run, and it does exactly what we need it to do. So Chisel. Okay, let's get Chisel. Okay, one issue with Chisel is the same issue that is the case for pretty much all executables that are compiled in Go. Go makes very large executables. So typically, if you have to download them, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Okay. Okay. So we have Chisel now. And if you want to know how to use Chisel, there's a very handy Chisel pivot. There's a reference. This is all in my notes. But I still end up looking it up anyways. Now, which one of these do we want, do you think? So this is for a reverse port forward. This is for a local port forward. Forward to... And this is for a SOX listener. So which one do you guys want? Which one do you guys think makes the most sense? We could do this one to be able to reach WordPress. But honestly, the one that makes the most sense is this one. Because this lets us basically set up Chisel as a SOX proxy. Which is very useful to us. Chisel is very, very useful to us. So, as a SOX proxy. Because we can use that with proxy chains to pivot through this container. So before we have to set up the Chisel server. Okay. So we are now we're listening on port 8000. And now we're going to go here, and we're going to... The nice thing about Chisel also is you don't need to be root to execute it on a client. We want the SOX. Oh, the IP address is incorrect. I downloaded it. There we go. So we now have it connected. We now have a tunnel. Oh, uh-oh. I'll call her in a little bit. Okay, so now we have a SOX proxy set up, and if you look at our listening ports, you now see that port 8000 is listening on our host. Do you have StarCraft open? This is just the StarCraft soundtrack playing. Leroy! It's the StarCraft soundtrack playing. So we now have port 8000 that's listening. So how do we use this? Well, we need to edit our proxy chains file. We would like to set it to SOX 5. 127.0.0.1, port 8000. So now, if we preface a command with proxy chains, it's going to use our proxy to execute the command. We can nmap 192.168.100.1. We want to make sure we do st for a TCP connection because that's how to do nmap through a proxy. Okay, it is using the correct configuration file. That's good. So one thing that kind of sucks about proxy chains is it takes a long time. I wish you had a deep dive tutorial just for Chisel and proxy chains. Yeah, eventually I'll have to do something like that. Interestingly, port 80 should be open, but it's not. .100.1. That's correct, isn't it? Yeah? I think so. Why can't you use S shuttle? Because I would need SSH access for that. .100.1. Why did we use 127.0.0.1? Because the proxy is listening on our own machine. Keep in mind, this is like a portal gun. So if we open up Paint really quickly. Let's think of this as our Kali. And this is our compromised Docker container. And then over here is the host. We would like to get to the host. We are interested in this host. We are very interested in this host. So we have a connection to this container, and the container can reach the host. But we can set up Chisel to just redirect our requests from the container to the host. So we can if we can do the blue portal over here, and the orange portal over here. No, I didn't do that. And the orange portal over here. And we can mark this Chisel. So if we want our nmap command to go here, it's going to go in there and it's going to come out here. Does that make sense? I mean, I know this is kind of like a shitty fucking drawing. It's MS Paint, okay? Give me a break. But Chisel is kind of setting up is using our connection with the compromised container, is basically taking care of all of this stuff for us and teleporting us. It's opening up a portal from our local host on Kali to this host. Does that make sense? Now, I do think that port 22 is open on the target. I just want to make sure my proxy is working. Now, port 80 doesn't seem... Nmap always scans port 80 first to see if it's one of the ways it tests to see if a host is up. But Chisel is running in the container. Yeah, it needs to be in order to forge that connection that we talked about. Chisel is... I don't really... It's going to take forever to scan all of these ports. Is 3306 open? Proxy chains always takes forever to scan. I missed that you already have access to the host via the container. Yep, we have access to the container, and we're trying to get to the host. We're trying to execute commands on the host. We haven't gotten there quite yet. I'm not sure if I'm doing this right. It does, like, because none of these ports are open. Like, if I... Like, let's check inside of the... I regret. We can netcat 192.168.100.1. We can netcat port 80. See if port 80 is open. Okay, so we do have... Port 80 should be open on the host. What about 8080? Yeah, 8080 is open too. What about 22? 22 is also open. So why is my port forward not working? My socks proxy is not working. Owen Codes, good to see you. Instead of running an nmap scan right away, why not try a simple ping? You can't ping through proxy chains. When we said Chisel client, how can Chisel open 8000 on Kali if it's running in the container? Because it's connecting back to Chisel on the host. Chisel is also running on the host here. We're telling Chisel is running on both on my Kali and on the compromised container. The compromised container Chisel is communicating with Chisel back on Kali and forging this tunnel. Does that make sense? 2 Chisels. Why can't you ping through proxy chains? Because ping is an ICMP request and not a TCP request. Ping just doesn't work that way. Hypercron, Durafen, TechTuner, gmail.com, and OptOutGamer. Thank you for the follows. So I am looking at this here, and it seems like I'm supposed to be able to access... What's the high web port open? Oh, we saw that, 8080. What's the low database port? Probably 3306. Okay, well, I got all those right. They wanted to teach you... What did they teach you here? Oh, so they had you run a little script to port scan. This is a simple port scan. This is another thing you can do to, like, live off the land inside of a container. You could run a little port scanning script to scan for open ports on the internal network. We did that. Maybe we're not supposed to do this. Maybe I'm doing this the wrong way. I'm confused on why my Chisel is not working. I am confused as to why my Chisel is not working. $1080. It's saying port 1080. Why? I have port 8000 on both of these. It always takes me 4 or 5. I'm having it listen on port 8000, but it seems like it's listening on port 1080. What? Yeah, I get that, Tyrion. But I don't see why it is 1080. This is very odd. We'll try 1080. Well, now it works. See, but that's very odd to me because I'm having it listen on port 8000. Oh, it's I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. You guys are right. You guys are right. It's been a long-ass day. I forgot how Chisel worked. Okay? It's listening on port 8000 to make the connection with the Chisel client. And then it's starting the actual proxy on 1080. I'm an idiot. Thank you for clearing that up. I'm sorry. It has been a long day. I apologize. I do know how Chisel works, I promise. But you can see what we've done here. You can see that we can now see that this port is now open. Does that make sense? And we can run any command through this. Like, we can curl it as well. Like, if we wanted to curl the internal network. See? Does that make sense on how we're doing that? So we're going through our... Now we have commands that are using our portal guns. We have commands that are using these... When we type proxy chains, we're basically telling our commands, hey, use this helpful little portal. Does that make sense? So Chisel now gives us RCE. It doesn't give us RCE. This is kind of a misleading. Let me fix this. This is kind of misleading. It's more like we have a portal to here. Or maybe if there is another host. We could also reach that from Chisel. I cannot type today. Or draw and paint. Like, we can reach any part of the internal network from here with commands from our Kali. You're knocking on the door of the host from the container using your tools on Kali. It's more... Yeah, so we do not yet have access to the host. To be clear, we do not yet have access to the host. Instead, we're able to, like, ping sweep the internal network. We're able to use nmap scans and so on to reach other hosts in the internal network. So the first thing we probably want to try is that MySQL connection. So we can do proxy chains. Tac U root tac P. Access denied. We can try a password. We do have a password, so let's try the DB manager login password. Access denied. Feels bad, man. Let's do Stream Raiders here really quickly. In the line you copied from db.dump, the IP 192.168.100.138 is mentioned. Yeah, you're right, it is. You're absolutely right, it is. Is that... Which, I think that might be the Docker container's IP address. Let me check. No, it's .100. So that's an entirely different host. We definitely would want to take note of that. We absolutely would want to take note of that. Oh, God, my back is so tight right now. Just stretching it out. Ah. Okay. Why do we have to chisel a tunnel if we could just say curl nmap into the compromise box and run it from there? Onto the compromise box and run it from there? Because nmap is not static. You would need a static binary of nmap to do that. You could certainly do that. You absolutely could. The downsides of that are you would need a static version of the nmap binary, as in a standalone binary that doesn't need any of the libraries that are normally present on Kali or on Linux to run. You do need a static binary. There are static binaries available on GitHub. You could find one. But let's say I want to do more than just run nmap. Like, keep in mind, I can do more than just run nmap from here. Look. By doing this, I can do more than just run nmap. I could run curl. I can do MySQL. And you don't really want to clutter a target system with a whole bunch of binaries. That's just sloppy. It feels sloppy to me. As a red teamer, proxy chains is my favorite fucking thing in the entire goddamn universe. Well, that's not true. Proxy chains has given me a pain. It was a pain in the ass for a large part of today. Proxy chains is being a gigantic pain in my ass today. But generally, proxy chains is very useful because once I have a foothold on the internal network, the first thing I do is set up a SOCKS proxy and then use proxy chains to pivot all of my commands through that proxy. This is common. This is very common stuff to do. You can do this through a Cobalt Strike beacon. You can do this through Chisel. You can do this through SSH tunneling. You can do it through, there are other tools that'll do it. SH shuttle as well. You don't have to clutter up the target system with a bunch of binaries. With Chisel, I had to put just one binary on there, and I can just run all of my commands through that tunnel. It depends. I mean, everyone's going to have a different workflow or whatever. Obviously, whatever gets the job done. But I think you're going to have a little bit more success if you master tunneling. Does your SOCKS proxy get detached by the blue team? I've never had it get detached by the blue team. It's pretty hard to detect because it's encrypted. We could try an open VPN tunnel. We could. That is another thing we could do. We could set up a VPN. We could set up a remote desktop session even. So at this point, I'm wondering if there are other database credentials present on this machine. Because there were other web pages, right? There are all these other web pages here. Let's take a look at some of these web pages, like dev. If there are any other database credentials in here. This looks like mostly just static pages. CD admin. Ah! How interesting. dbconnect.php. You always want to look for database credentials. My goodness! That will indeed.
A fine addition to my collection.
That makes a fine addition to any collection, my friends. We're definitely going to just snatch those motherfuckers up. Once you're inside of the network like this, credentials, again, I want it constantly in your head all the time. Where could I possibly find credentials that are readable? Does that make sense? Where could there possibly be credentials? We know that MySQL is exposed. We know based on this that MySQL is exposed, but we do not have the credentials for it. Do we have the credentials? Are there credentials for this MySQL instance in here? These are another set of credentials to attempt. Another thing, where is somewhere else you could look for credentials? We're not going to because we've already found them there. We've already found them in essentially the same place. But where is another place we haven't necessarily looked yet where we could find credentials? Leroy and Leona Khan, thank you for the follows. Cthulhu Fountain. This is not a rhetorical question, chat. Participate in your learning. History? Yes. Environment variables? Yes. Very common in Docker containers. How do you check environment variables? E and V. It's very common also to find if you are in a AWS, if you get code execution in an AWS host, it's very common to find AWS credentials in environment variables. That's just where AWS puts its credentials in environment variables. Etsy passwd, it'll probably be an Etsy shadow. The bash history is a good place to look. The MySQL database. Keep in mind that there's a MySQL database working on this host as well. And here we are. Again, we already dumped this database, actually. We did it. We just found the script that was setting up the database. But if you wanted to do it this way, use WordPress, select star from WP users, and we see we already have this password, or at least this hash. But because we got it from, we saw what was setting up the database. We found the script that sets up the database. So, that all this is a hash we already have. But you would always want to look in the database if you have the credentials for it. Okay. So, let's try and connect to MySQL again. Instead of using the root user, let's use admin. And let's use DB manager login first. Nope. Let's do this again, and let's do that new password we just found. The secure admin dashboard password. My goodness. My goodness, my friends. What have we here? So we now have access to the MySQL database on the host. So what can we do from here, do you think? What do you think we can do from here? Well, the first thing we're going to want to do is look in the tables, obviously. Show, but be thinking about, because we don't want to be in the database, right? We want a shell on the host. We want to get onto the host. We want to get a shell on the operating system. So be thinking about that while I look for credentials. Because again, we're looking for credentials. So we do see dashboard DB. And we do see Gurag with a very strong password.
A fine addition to my collection.
Gurag, my word, Gurag. I think we're going to need to have words with our good friend Gurag. Okay. So we now have, this would also be a finding, by the way. If I got this far, on a live client, clear text credentials is also a finding. These should not be clear text. Now, I know what you're going to say. Mr. Streamer, nobody would ever store passwords in clear text. First of all, Facebook did it. There was all kinds of controversy, like not more than 2 years ago, because Facebook was storing a fuckload of passwords for its internal stuff in clear text. Okay, there was all kinds of controversy about that. That's first of all. Second of all, I've gotten code execution no less than I've gotten SQL, and I found SQL injection on live databases exposed to the internet, and found clear text passwords inside of those databases. Full-on clear text passwords inside of them. So it absolutely does happen. I assure you it does. I absolutely assure you storing passwords in clear text does happen. So this would not surprise me at all, but it would definitely be a severe finding. So we found more credentials. If you're wondering what the rest of these databases are, we're not going to look in the rest of these databases because these tend to be just MySQL like meta databases. They have metadata about the other tables and about the users and roles and so on and so forth. So what can we do here? What do you guys think we can get up to? Ooh. Uberbit. Tell me more. Uberbit's on the right. I like where Uberbit's going. Load file, huh? Huh. Let's do something like that. Now, unfortunately, this is MySQL. Like, when you have access to a database like this as a database administrator, which we're assuming that this is, if you have access, you want to be thinking about ways to escape from that database and execute operating system level commands. Unfortunately, this is MySQL, so MySQL makes it harder on you than other databases will. That's just the nature of MySQL. If you have code execution in MSSQL, MSSQL has XPCMD shell right there, so you can just execute commands in the host. Postgres also has ways to execute commands on the host. MySQL, you have to be a little bit sneakier about it. Okay, you have to be just a little bit sneakier. There is not a system-like function in MySQL. What there is, we can start with load file. I can show this off at least. Please stop loading. Just make this etc pass wd. Select star from load file. How do I do this with load file? Normally I'm doing this in a SQL injection, so I'm being thrown off. As result. Okay, well, we got null that time. Select load file. Am I doing this right? Okay, I think it actually... Result is null. We should be able to read that. Let's get caught up on this as well. The server address is 192.168.100.1. The password was that long one. The username of the remote database was admin. Database name was dashboard.db. What username can be found within the database itself? Gurag. So oddly enough, we can't I'm not sure how to get load file to work. I was trying to... We don't need load file to work, to be clear. We do not need load file to work. I just thought it would. What we really want is into out file. Into out file, as long as you have the file privilege in MySQL, as long as you have the file privilege in MySQL, into out file will allow you to write a file to a file Okay, so we're going to select... we're going to write a little PHP. System... $_request... into out file var dub. The real question is, where do we write it to? Shoot. I thought maybe that would work. Let's try curl robots.txt. Okay. So, helpfully, this WordPress, this is the WordPress instance, or at least it's the same, it has the same problem as before, and it gives us the exact place where we can write stuff. So, let's do this. That's what I was hoping for. I was just hoping to get a, to be sure of where I'm writing a file. And we'll write this to Cthulhu.php. I have an error in my SQL syntax. Oh. Double quotes here. Should probably work. No! Rude! I honestly have not seen that in real life. That's surprising to me. That is quite surprising to me. Okay, never mind. That worked. So apparently you can't write to the WordPress one, but you could just write to regular var dub HTML. Okay. So now we can proxy chains this. The question is, where is that open at? Oh, 8080 was open, wasn't it? Ah, there it is. So our Cthulhu.php doesn't have any output unless we tell it to execute something. But if we do something like this... Let's put this in quotes because that question mark is going to fuck up my bash.
Mr. Streamer, may we get the more you know sound added to your soundboard?
And we have code execution. You see that? The more you know? Okay. Let's see. Do we have that one? I'll have to add that one to the soundboard, but I will add it. I will add it. Can't you just move it into the WordPress directory manually? Apparently not from the database. Thank you for the 69 Tiggle biddies, Oreo Bite. Sergeant Cryptic, thank you for the follow. So let's go ahead and get our code execution. Listen on port 8444. We could just copy our already URL encoded. You do need to URL encode this. It's just probably easier if we just copy this all out. It needs to be 8444. We have a problem with quotes. Let's just go ahead and escape that. And let's escape that. Or one is... Oh, yeah, okay. And there we go. Fuck. Where is the quotes messed up? Let's just try getting rid of these quotes. We'll just put these in double quotes to make it simpler. Double quotes around there. Single quotes around here. That should be fine. We did not get it. Oh, 8444 is what I'm looking for. There we go. Alas.
Hackerman.
I'm in. All right. So we now have code execution on the actual host, and we can check to see if we're in a Docker container again. There's no Docker env file, so we can assume we're not in a Docker container here. So, well done, Draco. Well done. Let's see if we can escalate. First, which Python 3, Python 3-c, import pty, pty.spawn. Did this before, bin bash. Control Z, stty raw minus echo. Export term equals x term 256 color. And there we go. Any questions about that? Any questions about that, chat? Anything? What do you mean, why? In the real world, are you setting up persistence like every step of the way? It depends. That depends. It's on a red team assessment, sure. If I'm afraid of being kicked out of the environment at any moment, you betcha. But in this case, I feel pretty confident that I'd be able to get back in. But yeah, probably in a real world sense, I would probably drop things along the way to set up persistence. Can we do privilege escalation? We haven't done privilege escalation yet. We haven't. All we've done is pivot onto the host. We are no longer in the Docker container. Okay, this is not the Docker container. This is a complete. This is on the host, and you can tell because it has way more interfaces. And you can see it has the Docker interface here. That indicates that Docker is running. While we're at it, we can just run groups. We are not in the Docker group. Feels bad, man. Let's look for that user.txt, cat user.txt. So we do have another flag. If outfile was locked, what would you try instead? At that point, I would take the credentials from the database and use those credentials against other things like SSH. At that point, I would probably give up on trying to get code execution through MySQL. This is the next part. We have not started that part yet. We want to do the flag submission panel. Okay. All right. Let's do the next part. So let's see if we can figure out this privilege escalation thing. So the first thing we want to do... By the way, fun fact. We noticed that there's no WordPress directory. We saw WordPress was running on this box, but we don't see WordPress here. Why? Does anybody know why? Does anybody know why we don't see WordPress? Victor Faith and Silver Starship, thank you for the follow. It's not because it's web roots in a different place. Yes, Night of Dark is correct. Night of Dark is correct. WordPress is running inside of the Docker container, and Docker is exposing a port on the actual host. So when we hit that WordPress file, we were actually inside of a Docker container. We were actually hitting Docker. I thought maybe there was another WordPress running on the host, which is why I tried to drop a file there. Yeah. Robots.txt was not really a rabbit hole because that gave us important information. But yeah. We also see like a shell.php here. We see Cthulhu.php. That was ours. But we see that other people have dropped shells here. So, let's try and escalate. Do we have any cute little credentials, I wonder? SAS? This is just bootstrap stuff. This is just where the local file inclusion was occurring, I think. Let's see what users there are. We see Docker, Linux admin, and Ubuntu. We can also grep sh. We see athnospell 45. So one thing we can try here, and we also see Linux admin. So one thing we can try here is su anospell or whatever. And we can try all of the credentials that we've seen so far. And you would want to do this on a real assessment. If you're finding credentials, use them everywhere. I tried AAAA. Those are the only credentials we haven't used yet. And that has not escaped me. Nope. Su Linux admin. No joy there. Okay, we can sue Ubuntu. We'll do Stream Raiders here in just a second. Nope. No luck there. We'll keep looking here in just a second. Yeah, we're gonna go through the whole process of privilege escalation. Don't worry. Man, we're just crushing them today. We have so many people playing Stream Raiders today. What is this game? This is Stream Raiders. It's just a silly game we play to just mix up the content on the stream sometimes. Just give ourselves a break from busting our ass hacking. Sliver GR and Amber loves salami with the most kills and most assists. Shinigami 2069, Mr. Ed makes. Alrighty, let's enter the glitched event. Let's go ahead and collect all of these. The Slav is teaching a lot of good stuff. I'm glad you're learning. Always good to add a few more wrinkles to the old noggin. And I felt like we've had a lot of stuff to learn, but it hasn't been too advanced, so that's good. Okay, so before, obviously, LinPs exists, okay? What would the blue team have been able to find as of now to catch you? I mean, it depends on how good their logging is. If their logging is very good, they might have detected my local file inclusion strings. If they had a web application firewall or there were logging requests and flagging, they might have detected me putting in malicious strings to do the local file inclusion. They could have also detected malicious files being dropped on the server. They could have detected a variety of things. There's a number of artifacts they could find. It depends on how good their logging is. It depends on how good their detection capabilities at their perimeter are. It depends on a lot of factors. So let's see if we can read any of their home directories. It looks like we can. So the Docker user seems the most interesting. So we'll look in there first. Well, we do see that WordPress directory in here. So this must be the directory that's mounted inside of the container. This directory must be mounted inside of the container. Yeah, because here's the Docker file that's executing it. Yeah, this whole directory is mounted inside of the container. Kind of sloppy, but okay. We do see this dbscript.sh. That does run inside of the container when the container executes, and we can probably see that with this Docker file if we cat Docker file. Like here you can see the exact commands that are being executed when Docker sets up the container. Docker is starting up a Ubuntu 18.04, version 18.04. Then it's copying this file into the container, and then this file, and then this file, and then this file. And it's running a whole bunch of commands to set up and start the Apache web server and so on, and installs Apache. It starts MySQL. It starts Apache. After all that, it starts Apache and all that stuff. So this is what's running to actually start the container. I don't think any of that stuff is actually interesting to us at this point. Let's try Linux admin. We don't see anything there. Ubuntu. So we see this guy has a sudo as admin successful. That means at some point he had to have had sudo permissions, even if he doesn't now. He also has a .ssh directory, so let's check .ssh. Oh, permission denied. Feels bad, man. Okay, so we checked groups already, so we're not in the Docker group. It'd be very unusual for the www data user to be inside the Docker group, but stranger things have happened. We can check for SUID binaries. Let's check for SUID permissions on files. This is a good thing to run before we go to something like running linps. It's best to just run these little enumeration commands quickly for common and privilege escalation vectors. Would it be useful to run top to see what's running on the server? Sure. Looking at the processes running on the server would be very valuable. Certainly. We just haven't gotten there yet. All right, so let's look at all these. We see var www HTML. It has SUID permissions? Docker has... Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Big yikes. That's gonna be a yikes from me, fam. So, here's the thing about Docker, okay? Yeah, oh no, send the ambulance, but not for us. So here's the thing about Docker. Docker necessarily has to interact with the kernel. All of the containers use the same kernel. It's not like VirtualBox. You can run VirtualBox as an unprivileged user on your machine. It's a type 2 hypervisor. VirtualBox creates its own virtualized environment and does not have to interact with the host's kernel in order to operate. Docker is not that. Docker must run with admin privileges in order to access, because it needs direct access to the host's kernel. All of the containers use the same kernel. The containers are not virtual machines. It's common for people to compare containers to virtual machines, but they're not. They're more like little isolated file systems that all use the same kernel to execute stuff. Does that make sense? So Docker necessarily needs to be able to talk to the kernel. And anything that can talk to the kernel needs root permissions. Okay? And if you can talk to the kernel, you can get root permissions. That's why drivers are so... Drivers, the whole point of a driver on your machine is to allow some service or peripheral or software that you have, something that needs to interact with the kernel. Sometimes software, or like your keyboard, for instance, needs to be able to interact with the kernel, and it needs a driver to do that. That's what drivers are for. So it's common to look for vulnerabilities in drivers because they allow you to talk to the kernel. And if there's a vulnerability in a driver that allows you to send arbitrary commands to the kernel, boom, you've rooted the machine. Does that make sense? Docker is kind of like that. We can execute Docker as root, and if we can execute the Docker command, we can get root permissions. And I can prove that to you. Let's say you don't know that. Let's say you don't know that you don't think any of these look out of place. Let's say you look at all of these and none of these look out of place to you. Still, let's go on over to GTFO-bins. Our good friend GTFO-bins. Okay? And just if you're unsure about any of these, let's type them in. Like, let's say you're not sure about the umount command. If you search them on here, GTFO-bins will give you some exploits you can do with that binary if it's given too many permissions. Now, umount is normally given these permissions. This is a normal binary. I'm using this as a control. But if we put Docker in here, big fucking yikes. Notice all of a sudden it says, oh boy, we can do stuff with it if we have SUID permissions, which we do. Scroll down to SUID. If the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop the elevated permissions and may be abused to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privilege access as a SUID backdoor. If it is used to run shtagp, omit the tagp argument on systems like Debian that allow the default sh shell to run with su_id permissions. The example creates a local su. Okay, we don't need to do that. Okay, so what this is doing is... So again, this is basically equivalent to being in the Docker group. Remember when we executed groups? The first thing I was looking for is the Docker group. That's a very common privilege escalation vector. Especially on dev machines, it's very common to see developers put themselves in the Docker group. Because that allows them to execute Docker commands without running as root. Anyone in the Docker group can use Docker without running as root. Or without being root. Now, why would a developer want to do that? Why would that be useful to a developer? Can't you run Docker as a non-root user if you're in the Docker group? Yeah, you don't have to type your password every time. If you're a developer, you're probably running Docker 50, 100 times a day. Imagine if every time you ran Docker, you had to type your password in. Let me tell you, my friends, I've been a developer, and I've worked with Docker as a developer. It's a pain in the ass if you have to do that. That you're going to tolerate that about 5 to 10 times, and then you're just going to put yourself in the Docker group so you don't have to fucking work with it anymore. It sucks ass. So you can call them lazy, but developers are just trying to get their job done. They don't want to type in their password 100 times a day when all they're trying to do is test their crap. Okay? So yeah, it's very common to use the Docker group in developer environments. Is the better configuration to add the command to sudoers? Absolutely no. Well, yes. To add it to sudoers, yes. I thought you meant SUID. This means that anyone can execute Docker can execute Docker commands. The Docker group is better because only the people in the Docker group can execute it as can execute it. Does that make sense? This is like bypassing that entirely and just saying, hey, everyone can execute Docker. You get Docker. You get to use Docker. You get to use Docker. Everybody gets to use Docker. Harrison Ford is here. There you go. Yeah. But yeah, keep in mind that if you add Docker commands to sudoers, they still have to enter their password to do that. So what this, and keep in mind, and also GTF Ovens very helpfully gives you the exploitation command. Okay? So what is this command actually doing? Let's break it down. Let's take a look at it. So this is doing a Docker run. Run means to run a container. That's it. You're going to run a container. So we're actually going to create a container here. And skip this part. We'll go over that here in just a second. We'll go over this here in just a second. This is the container we're going to run. This is just a placeholder. I'm probably going to pick Ubuntu because they have a Ubuntu container that I know. But we can check to see what containers they have, and I'll do that here in just a second. So what we're doing here is we're starting a new container up. It's not going to be Alpine. I'll change it to Ubuntu more than likely. But what is this doing right here? This is mounting a Docker volume. Basically, it's taking the root directory on the host and it's mounting it at /mount. It's mounting the entire host file system inside of the container. And keep in mind that Docker does this as root. So what we essentially can do is we have read and write access to the entire file system as root. Through this we're going to be going inside of a container, but through that container, we can read and modify the entire file system. Does that make sense? So we're going to need to see what images are available. Docker image ls. We do see the Ubuntu one. I knew it was going to be Ubuntu because of this Docker file that we looked at earlier. This Docker file uses Ubuntu. So noisy, I think it's easily detectable by the blue team. Nope. I would say the command we're about to run, I would be extremely surprised if this was detected by the blue team. Why? ANKL2, why? Let's put on our thinking caps. I like where your head's at. You're thinking about how blue team is going to detect it. But think about it from their perspective. Docker is meant to run on this machine. Like, developers are probably running Dockers on this machine all the time. All day. You really think that the blue team is going to flag on one more execution of Docker run? It's not anomalous at all. This looks completely normal to them. I doubt it would even be logged. This would look completely normal. Completely and totally normal. Keep in mind, ANK, a lot of people are really people who are new to this stuff get really wrapped around the axle about being invisible and doing things to leave as little traces as possible. Here's the thing, my dudes. Here's the thing. You're not trying to be invisible. You're not Harry Potter, okay? You're not trying to put on your invisibility cloak and be completely undetectable. You're not trying to do that. What are you? Who has been on the stream before? What are you trying to be? You're not trying to be invisible. GNNR is correct. We're being, the way we put it on the stream is we are being the leafy bug. The leafy bug. Can't see a bee in a beehive is another way of putting it. Imagine looking into a beehive and trying to find one specific bee. That's what the blue team is trying to do here. And when we say leafy bug, here's what I mean. Leafy bug. These bugs that look like a leaf, see? You see these bugs that look like leaves? Like this? This is you. This is us. We are the leafy bug. We're not invisible. This bug is not invisible. This bug is in plain sight. The problem is it's surrounded by 100,000 other things that look exactly like it. That's what we are when we execute this Docker command. I guarantee you Docker is getting executed on this host 100 times a day. And they may log it. Sure. Maybe they log it. I would guess it's probably whitelisted and not being logged because that's going to be a lot of logs that they're not going to look at. But are they really going to notice one extra execution of Docker? No. I guarantee you not. I guarantee you they would not detect this. If this was a red team assessment, and I was talking with the rest of my team, I guarantee you all of us would be like, no, this is completely safe to run. We literally, on the red team, I was on an engagement today. We talked all day about if we do this, is it going to generate alerts? And we get really wrapped around the axle about it, about how many alerts we are generating. Obviously, 0 alerts is the ideal. But the fact of the matter is, in this particular situation, if we were in this particular situation, all of us would be like, yeah, there's going to be no fucking alerts. We log it with syslog? Oh, you might log it. Yeah. Yeah, you might log it. You absolutely might log it. But here's the thing, my dude. If you log something and no human being looks at that thing and says, that's suspicious, I should follow up on that. If those things don't happen, if you log it, but no human being follows up on that alert, was it actually logged? If you generate an alert and nobody notices the alert or follows up on it, both those things need to happen. A human being needs to look at the alert and say that's suspicious. And then they need to follow up on it. Both those things need to happen. If they both don't happen, was there even an alert? No, there was not. And many times, that's what being quiet and being silent on a network is about. It is about being quiet, blending in with normal traffic. That's what this is. And this is normal traffic. This is completely normal behavior. So we can Docker run tac-v root. We'll mount it onto /mount inside of the container. -it for interactive and tty. I'm trying to remember this command. Ubuntu 18.04 is the image we're going to use. Chroot /mount. I won't do that. God damn it. Fuck. Let me set my terminal really quickly. stty-a 33.118 stty rows 33 columns 118. Okay. Docker v -it Ubuntu 18.04 bin sh. There we go. lstack la. So we are now inside of a Docker container. We can tell we just started up a new Docker container. Okay? We just started up a new Docker container. What we're interested in is this /mount directory. Mount. And look we're in an entirely different root file system. We cd into the mount directory. And looky here. This is the host's file system. This is the host file system right here. My goodness. So can we, for example, read cat etsy shadow? My goodness. My goodness. Does everyone understand what we did there at a basic level? We want those hashes. Those are fine additions.
A fine addition to my collection.
Always save hashes. I may or may not crack them, but we're saving them anyways. Oh my god, this is a plain text password. You're right, there's just a flat out plain text password in here. I didn't even see that. Does anybody have any questions about that? Do ask if you have questions. I know that was a lot. We had to know a little bit about Docker today. Yeah, the plain text password. So that would have been a finding for sure. Is someone else on the box that feels like custom and lazy persistence? It could potentially be, I suppose. I would say it's not too terribly out of place that I wouldn't immediately suspect that, but it's possible. Keep in mind, we can cd into root. And my goodness, there seems to be a .sh directory in here. There is no SSH key in here, but I can fix that. We do see a root.txt. So we do have root here. Let's put that into the... there. Okay. Let's see if we can get an actual shell as root. It's easy enough to do. There's a number of ways that we can do it from here. Let's get the root hash as well. We could try and crack these. It is going to take a long time, probably, because these are SHA-512 hashes. SHA-512 takes a long fucking time to crack. So I would not expect them to crack. Let's check and make sure the box isn't going to die on me in these last couple of seconds. 15 minutes. We'll go ahead and extend it. There we go. The probably easiest way to do this is to go into root, cd.ssh, and let's go over here, ssh, keygen, 33, root.rsa. Oh, I'm an idiot. RSA. No passphrase. Port 80. Okay. And we'll pull down. All I need is this. I don't actually even need to do the web server. I just need this. We're going to put this in the authorized keys file right here. Echo. Okay. So now there are two authorized keys in here. No forwarding. Rude. Oh, it wants me to log in as the user Ubuntu. Oh, remember that user had SUID permissions. Well, we can log in as... Let's try and log in as root anyway, since we went through this trouble. SSH, TAC I, 33 root RSA. Root at... we can exit out of here. If config... it's probably going to be ETH0. This. And there we are. We are root. Does anybody have any questions about what we just did? We added... they want me to log in as Ubuntu. It looks like Ubuntu already has an SSH key, I would guess. cd.ssh... there is not. Interesting. Well, I guess to recompromise this entire... we could probably try and crack the hashes, I suppose. But we are logged in as root here. Does anybody have any questions? Does the Ubuntu user have AWS in there? I don't think so. No. So since the root file system of the host machine is now mounted in the mount directory of your new Docker container, does that mean any changes we make in the mount directory of Docker will be reflected on the root of host system? Yes. Yes. You betcha. Does that mean... that gives us read and write access as root. Does that happen in real time, or do you need to close Docker first for the changes to get effect? It happens in real time. It happens in real time. You don't have the username at hostname at the end of the keys and auth host to work? No, you don't need that. You don't need that. Any other questions, chat? O Cortez and learning to try hack me. Thank you for the follows. My goodness, we went so long today. 4.5 hours. My goodness. I do need to get... Oh, hey! Games Done Quick is finally done with Final Hallway 13. Of all the games they could decide to play, they decide to go with Final Fantasy 13. One of the most fucking insufferably boring games that I have ever played in my entire life. Final Fantasy 13 is a piece of fucking garbage. Holy shit. I got like, okay, I went back when that game first came out. I borrowed it from a friend, and I got like 5 hours in, and I'm like, literally all I'm doing is running down straight hallways with no branching paths, fighting the same enemies over and over and over again. And there's absolutely no context. Like, the game just kind of throws you into the action. There's no context to anything. You have no idea what's going on. And instead, you're just fighting the same enemies over and over and over again. And then you run straight down a hallway and fight the same enemy again. Like, it is miserable. It was so bad. And I go to my friend. I'm like, God damn. I've been playing this for like 5 hours. And all I've done is fight the same enemy. And then he goes, it gets a lot better around the 80-hour mark. And he said he wasn't even joking. He wasn't even joking. He was being honest. 80 fucking hours in, the video game becomes a video game, apparently. But anyway, of all the games that Games Done Quick could have tried to play, they go with fucking Final Fantasy 13 for like 5 fucking hours. God damn. Play a game that doesn't suck. Jesus. Like, I'm really just not a fan of Final Fantasy. I've only ever liked Final Fantasy Tactics. I do like Final Fantasy Tactics. But all the other Final Fantasy games, I really hate it. I really hate them. I'm not a JRPG person really at all. Let's go ahead and raid MT Taggart. He's a blue teamer, good friend of mine. So we're gonna be back on Thursday. We're doing more HoloNet. I think at this point it's gonna start becoming more advanced, and we're gonna start doing like some Active Directory stuff. If you're hiring a pen tester, how do you know he's good? Interviews, and if you can walk the walk, you're pretty good at asking the questions that will tell if someone else can walk the walk. Put it that way. We'll be back on Thursday doing more Holo. Feel free to reach out to me on Discord or on email if you have any questions, comments, threats, bribes. This whole stream will be restreamed on YouTube tomorrow, exactly 24 hours from when it started. So 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, it'll be streaming on YouTube again. I will be in chat for if you have questions. Yeah. Bring the dread tidings of great Cthulhu to Taggart for me. Go to bed tonight knowing a little bit more than you did yesterday. I'll see you guys again when the stars are right. Oh, by the way, I love Mihawk and Ramen Recipe. Thank you for the follows. Cthulhu Fountain to the both of you. Get vaccinated. Stay safe. I love you.